Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on the first trading day of March 2nd, on this Monday morning. Going to be a busy morning. We had a lot of headlines over the weekend. Craig will get to those in just a second. Quick look at the markets, and then we'll go around the panel to introduce everybody. So S&P down 77 to 68.12. Nasdaq's down 371 to 24,637. You got crude oil's up 5 1/4 to 72.23. Gold's up $164 to 54.10. Bond market is going to be something we talk about this morning. Was up and now it's down 13 to 118.15. 10-year yield this morning comes in sub 4%, 3.956 in the 10-year yield. Dollar is strong against pretty much everything. Swissie's getting beat up, down 1%. Yen continues to get hammered, down nearly 1%. Bitcoin is up, and that's the one position I do have. Joining us in the studio, Shai is out on a poutine assignment in Toronto. I'm kidding. It's a metals assignment. We miss you, Shai. We'll see you when you get back. Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
On the big screen, my man, taking up a lot of real estate, and we're going to be talking with him a lot this morning without Shai here. Jimmy Cagnina, senior market strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Today is going to be a unique and great trading day for a lot of these futures markets. I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a busy week. A lot happened over the weekend. Craig will get into that. And let's start with the news. Craig.
Well, we're at war. I think when we went home on Friday, the expectations were rising that something could happen over the weekend, even though the president was talking more about the potential for a deal, and the president's always talking about potential for a deal. But the truth of the matter is we were ready to go, and so we did. And the reaction, I think, is the most interesting is the Iranian reactions, what they did and where they've attacked, right? And so not only have they counterattacked in Israel, but they've really gone more broadly to the other areas in the Middle East. And so what we're seeing now is heightened concern about the energy markets. This is something we've been talking about on the morning panel for weeks, if not months. You know, the strength in energy markets, not only from a supply-demand perspective, just over on the broad economy, just the geopolitical risk premiums attached to it. And so I think what we're seeing today is the reaction from the Iranians to pressure ships in the Strait of Hormuz, right? They're not officially closing the strait, but they are pressuring ships. And so what that's led to basically is that insurers are raising insurance premiums for ships to move through the region. And so many shippers have already basically said, well, we're not sending ships through there. Hapag-Lloyd, Maersk, Norden, three of the biggest shippers in the world are basically saying our ships aren't going through there. Yep. So that's going to tighten up logistics and supply chain issues. Then you have the strikes in Dubai, which were a little bit out of left field. I don't recall anybody.
I think a lot out of left field, don't you?
I don't recall anybody talking about the potential for strikes in the Emirates, in Dubai, in UAE at all, really ever. That's seen as a place of where there's Western influence. There's a lot of expats there. There's really no U.S. military base not there. So, but the fact that they've attacked high-profile areas like the Burj Al Khalifa, which is the biggest building in the world. What's interesting is from a supply chain and logistics perspective, 60% of air freight that goes from Asia to Europe passes through Dubai. The airspace is closed. It's not clear exactly when it's going to reopen. So we're talking again about supply chain logistics issues globally and what that will mean for inflation down the road. I think the bond market is probably starting to sniff that out a little bit too. And then we've seen Qatar, who is attacked now, has announced that they will be shutting production of LNG. And so if you think about what that means for European natural gas, well, European natural gas is up 50% today. Part of the pressure in the euro, down 91 basis points, is that Europe is a huge importer of LNG. They can't get it from Russia. They've been getting a lot more from the Middle East, and so we're seeing that pressure on the currency. Japan as well, a big importer of LNG, seeing a big move in dollar yen today. Dollar yen stronger by 90 basis points, and so. The reaction in the energy markets so far, and crude's up 7-8%. I think we've seen kind of the move there in crude. The longer this goes on, obviously, the more worry we have about what this means for global energy markets. And that's really been the linchpin. The thing that the administration doesn't want to see happen is higher energy. They've made an effort to keep energy under wraps and talk about the lack of inflation. But the president decided that there was a time, there was a place, and it was now to make this move. And so now the bond market and financial markets will have to deal with another thing, this higher energy inflation that's going to be coming, and these supply chain logistics issues that I think are going to be pressuring the economy in the coming weeks and months.
Yep. We're not war experts here. Go to X for that if you guys want to find out. There's a lot of them popping up every minute. We're going to talk about the markets, and it's never a good thing when you're in war. And again, we'll leave that to the people who are dealing with that at this moment. When I look at the markets right now, I come in this morning. You try to look at everything through a clear lens, like you try not to have any sort of hidden bias. And I look at the bond market, and I said this last night on X, I just can't wrap my head around the fact that it's lower. To me, it's acting as though it's more worried about the fear of future inflation than it is war. Because if it's, especially a day out of, one full trading day, not even one overnight session, you couldn't even hold a rally that long. I mean, before I get to Jimmy, I mean, that to me, if anything stands out where I look at it and go like,
yep,
what's that about?
Yeah, I think when I went live last night for the Sunday Open, I said, what would you expect the weekend headlines to lead to prices? It'd be stocks down, vol up, oil up, gold up, and bonds up. That was the initial reaction. And so as we stand here, whatever it is, 12 hours later, where are we? Stocks are still down, vol's still up, crude's up, the dollar's up, and bonds are weaker. And so the question is a lot weaker. And so the question is, why? I think part of it is that bonds had rallied a lot into the weekend on, accelerated talk of the AI deflation story. And so positioning had started to move in that direction, right? We got a lot of headlines over the last few weeks about vibe coding and Anthropic's new products and OpenAI's new products. And then you had the news from Jack Dorsey and Block on Thursday afternoon, or maybe that was Friday, about laying off 40% of the workforce. Yep. And so there was momentum in that direction. So I think part of it was, we've priced. But then, you're right. I think the other part of it is this energy inflation, the supply chain bottleneck issues. And look, the longer this goes on, the potential for more money printing, more deficit spending. If the war is protracted and we're spending more on military and other countries are getting involved, that's going to lead to higher inflation. And so I think the fact that the LNG issues are top of mind now, and the straits being closed, and Dubai is under pressure, globally, you're going to have more deficit spending. Globally, you're going to have more inflation. So it's not necessarily just about the U.S., but I think these dynamics in play. And I think you're seeing that now in the bond market. And so, this kind of brings back a larger issue about what's a flight to safety. Is a Treasury, it's a 30-year bond, still a flight to safety? Well, today it's not, right? Gold's a flight to safety today. Gold's up 3%. And so even silver has held in there up 2.5%, but it is noticeable that treasuries are not reacting. And I think that's a concern for the administration, right? When bonds are bid, they get away with a lot. When bonds sell off, they get worried. And so if this becomes something that's more protracted in the coming days and weeks, because Japan and Europe are selling treasuries to raise dollars to buy more expensive energy, then this starts to become a much larger problem much more quickly.
They have two real major concerns right now. If you go outside, the war is obviously front and center. We know that. But we talk about markets. You've got a bond market on the long end that is now, to me, it looks like it's, I wouldn't say it's topping, but it sure looks like it. We'll see what Jimmy thinks. And the fact that it can't hold a rally is not what they want to see, right? Because if anything, if they, they had higher crude prices, which is the other thing, which they don't like, and you had lower yields, I think they could deal with that. Now, you do have lower yields on the 10-year. But on the long end, we'll see what this looks like over the coming sessions. Here.
Right now 10-year yields are moving too, right? So now, 10 years back up to 4%. It was 392 at 605 yesterday. So we've kind of been, and the 30-year 466. And now, but even 2-year yields are moving higher, right? 2-year yields moving higher, 345.
I know, that surprises me.
That
surprises me.
Me too, because you would think the 2-year is, a much cleaner.
That's the Fed cutting rates.
That's the Fed cutting rates, right? So this is saying that the Fed is going to not cut rates because of an energy price spike, even though we know energy price spikes are often looked through, right? So there's a dynamic here. The bond market is acting with its feet. It's either the boat has shifted one way, and so we're checking back the other direction. It's also first day of the month, right? So after a big month, the flows are kind of going in the other direction here, kind of some sell fixed income flows that are probably in the tape. So, but we'll see. This is a crucial week. Obviously, we have data.
Crucial.
We have a lot of data this week too, right? First week of the month, we get our data. This morning, we'll get the ISM manufacturing survey at 10 a.m. On Wednesday, we get the ADP print on services ISM manufacturing, and then Friday is payrolls, right? We get the job report on Friday. We had a stronger than expected job report last month. The Fed has upgraded its assessment of the economy and the labor market because of that, and so we'll see if that continued in the month of February. So big week for macro, big week for geopolitical. Earnings are kind of on the back burner, but hard to hedge your portfolio with zero data expiry options when we're at war. And so I think what we're going to see is, a little bit more of a bid to the VIX, probably some, less flows in the zero data expiry space and bigger ranges for sure.
Yep. Jimmy, let's bring you into the conversation. So let's go over the tape quickly. I mean, again, S&P down 71 to 68.18. I still think it's holding on very well. I mean, this is a price we've seen a million times this year. NASDAQ is down 348, down to 24,656. Russell's off 32 to 2602. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, Dow was down 490, it was almost 500, 48,500. Natural gas, here's where it gets interesting. Up 200 ticks today to 306. Again, we've seen much higher natural gas than this. Heating oil, this is the one, right? Up nearly 14%, 295 this morning. Crude oil up nearly $5 is 71.93. Again, I think all things considered, I look at everything and go, I don't think equities got hurt that bad. Crude oil, to me, I think was going to be here anyway. That's just my opinion. And you know how bullish I've been crude oil. This is not a surprise to me to see us in the low 70s. Gold, 154 up to 5403. Copper's down. I don't know if you guys, this morning I was thinking about talking about Druck's interview this weekend. I was going to talk about copper, but that's kind of gone out the wayside. We'll get to that maybe eventually. Maybe I buy some copper today. Silver up $1.35 to 94.64, and platinum is down 30 to 23.41. Bond market again down 14 in the 30s, 118.14. 10-year down 11 to 113.16 and a half. 10-year yield sitting just below 4%. Look at currencies. Yen is down nearly 1%. Continues to get hammered against the dollar all morning. I came in, it's moved half of 1% in the last hour since I've been here. And then you got Swissy down almost 1.5%. Bitcoin is up. I did buy Bitcoin futures yesterday. I rarely trade Bitcoin futures, and I mean rare. A few times a year maybe. I think, again, if I'm buying anything this morning, I'm trying to buy Bitcoin futures. I'm trying to buy gold. I'm trying to buy crude oil. Equities, I don't know. We'll see what Jimmy thinks. I'm not looking to do much in equities. That trade's been a mess. It's not been great to me either this year. Jimmy, what are you thinking?
Well, we certainly have a lot of gaps all over the place. And, I just did a real quick X this morning. I just remind people that these gaps don't always immediately get filled. Sometimes they never get filled, but they don't always immediately get filled. So be careful thinking about these gaps when you're opening positions today. So that's kind of number one. But, Treasury bonds right now, I think what we saw last week was kind of like buying insurance. Right. So there was about a handle premium built in last week. And what we saw at the close, at the very end, the very Globex close on Friday, is we had about a 5-6 tick bump up in Treasury bonds right at the very end, right? So folks are, worried about what was going to happen this weekend. The market knew or suspected what was going to happen this weekend. So we got that insurance kind of bump up to the upside. Now that the dust has settled, so to speak, that's a bad pun. I apologize for that. We're going back to that 118 handle. Now we've traded that 118 handle on the June contract 9 out of the last 13 days. So it's kind of price happiness right now, this 118. So right now I'm kind of on the fence. Do I want to be long or do I want to be short the 30-year? Just looking at the CME Group's, Fed funds tool, maybe we're tracking a first rate cut in July. but it's certainly not expecting anything before that, and that's based on the Fed funds futures prices. So it gives us a little bit of good data to go on the futures market. So, but right now we'll see what happens here if we continue the sell-off or not. I'm going to be really careful here. I'm going to focus on trends, particularly in the equity markets. Right now, it's the trend is down. We have a couple of really big red candles in a row on most of the stock index futures, and I'm a little bit, I'm with the trend until I'm not. I agree with your note, Deli, this morning about that you did on Sunday about all right, the heat's off, equities may be back to business, but I think you got to wait. You got to look at the timing. You got to see what the tape does when the bell rings before you just jump in.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with equities. Again, they're always going to find the bright side of things. I've said this a million. I've been saying this for I don't even know how many years, since I was losing my ass being short for so many years. And eventually I was like, well, obviously they always find a way to go higher. Why do you keep fading this thing, dummy? As my good friend Anthony Crudele used to tell me, God bless him. He's no longer with us, but he used to always mess with me. And it's funny because it's just true, right? And it's one of those things where it's like, you always find yourself, oh, they're down. They're gonna kill them. And I'm not saying that they're not going to kill equities today, because really I have no idea. I just think that the equity markets right now, when I look at the bond market, I look around and I go, man, the fact that turned around, again, I go back to you, Craig, for this. And I could be totally off. I'm just speaking what I'm thinking and what I'm seeing. When I look at the tape, I look at crude and I think it makes sense to be here. I think this is about where it should be. I think it definitely has room to go higher. I would not be selling crude on rallies right now. Let's call that. I think gold makes total sense here. Bitcoin has held on very well. I think Bitcoin is last week's low. To me, I bought Bitcoin futures. I'll lean on last week's low. That's what I put in my note. Because I just think, like Bitcoin, again, if there's a time for it to shine when you've got global issues, like put some money in Bitcoin. If you're, it's just to me, at some point, it should play that role of like gold in some sense. Again, we'll see if it happens. But I do know this. And I look at equities, they see bonds, they go, maybe it's not as bad. Maybe war is potentially short-lived is what I initially think. And maybe we move on to start worrying about inflation. I mean, I hope that's the case. Nobody wants to have war longer than it needs to be. But at the end of the day, I could be totally wrong on this, and maybe just, bond market can go down and we get smoked with it. But again, it's just initial reactions off of it.
Yeah, the market that's doing the most surprising thing, and the thing you don't expect is where we should be focused, and that's the bond market, right? I mean, I can't imagine if you go back to the last 20 times we've gone through these situations of, heightened geopolitical issues and actual attacks. The bond market's rallied every time, I would imagine, right? And so
I would imagine that too.
Yeah.
And the reality is, even just real quick, because I don't want to interrupt you, but even if it didn't rally a lot, it didn't turn negative as fast,
right?
Is what I've remembered.
Right. So, maybe part of it is the flows and the positioning and the first of the month type thing. So that's part of it. We kind of got extended and we've retraced. But look, I think when the bond market has definitely become more sensitive to global supply chain outages. We saw it during COVID. We saw kind of even in the teeth of March of 2020, the bond market had a very big sell-off during that period of time at one point, because people were like, oh my God, what's going to happen here if we shut global supply chains down? Well, how inflationary is that ultimately going to be? And so when you start to have these issues in the Middle East with the Strait of Hormuz, with Dubai, with Qatar, this is the global energy, epicenter, right? And so the fact that all these areas now are basically being shut down, global trade's going to grind to a complete halt for a period of time. That's not going to snap back immediately. And so anybody who has material is going to raise prices. And so we're going to get some of that inflationary dynamic as well. But most importantly, I think for the bond market here is with the energy issues that are going to come from the LNG shutdown, Japan and Europe become sellers of treasuries in order to raise dollars to buy more expensive energy. So you're pressuring the long end again here. You have foreigners who are going to be selling the long end. And so I think that dynamic now is in play. And so it's making sense to me that the dollar is rallying most aggressively against the euro and the yen, which are big energy importers. And those are the largest holders of U.S. treasuries. And so there's that dynamic in play where they're kind of becoming theoretically becoming more forced sellers of treasuries to raise the money to go pay for more expensive energy. I think that dynamic is becomes top of mind when the Strait is closed, Qatar is closed, and Dubai is closed.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go back to you, Jimmy, and let's take a look at kind of some of the price action here in the metals, because this is another thing where I look at it and go, okay, like, where's the opportunities, right? That's where my mind always goes, right? Is like, what's the opportunity? We saw what's already happened. If you weren't already in, that's over. Like, what are the opportunities? And I look at gold. I still think gold is the one that's going to obviously outlast the other metals in this rally because of all the different reasons, right? Silver, we know, is, again, I'm not going to get in the dynamics between gold and silver. I think everybody understands that. I think platinum as well, copper, they're different than gold. But when you look at them, you really have a lot of divergences today. You've got gold up nearly 3%, right, or over 3%. You've got copper down. And you talk about, Druck this weekend. He was talking about how he owns copper, and you wonder why that's kind of down today on a day where the metals are up. You know what I mean? And it's like not because of Druck, but you know what I'm saying. And then you got platinums that can't hold a bid either. I mean, silver's up modestly. I mean, what are you seeing, Jimmy, in the price action? Like, we're seeing that the metals starting to show, again, maybe their true colors independently. It's not necessarily one lump sum.
Yeah, I mean, gold right now, if we were to close today where this candle is, this would be the second highest close in the history of this chart. I mean, this is extraordinarily strong right now, and it has been also. It's not like this rally just started, Sunday night. I mean, really, we started this rally back on the 18th, and it's been a pretty, we have a little bit of a pause maybe, but it's been a pretty impressive move up here in gold. I don't know, maybe it was anticipatory also, but it's not giving anything back like the bonds are. It's just pushing ahead. So there's great targets up here in gold. I mean, we have that wick high up there that people could kind of look at as a target, longer term target. I don't know if we'll hit it today or not, but it's slightly over 5,600. It's looking pretty good. Going over to copper, though, you're right. Copper doesn't look. It looks worse than it is, right? So copper right now, it's in an upward trend. There's no doubt about it. That started back in the 17th of February. We're above all the VWAPs right now. We have a really, really hard area of resistance, and this has been going on for a couple of months now, right at 6.10. Every time we kind of get up there, we get sellers to push us back down over the course of that period. But there's some targets on the upside here, and if we could just get a close above that rectangle, it could be off to the races right now, technically speaking, for Dr. Copper. But it's trying. It hasn't given that much back today for some strange reason. I'm not sure why we get that little bit of a sell-off today, but we'll keep an eye on that as well. I mean, we'll see if we stay above that VWAP here, that anchored VWAP that I have on there, and that's approximately just south of that $6 level, 5.94, give or take. So copper is looking a little different. All the other metals, well, platinum's actually looking pretty bad, but I haven't looked at that one yet this morning.
I mean, since that big run up in metals where they all went up together, they've all kind of went their own way now. Yeah. And again, gold is the one that's winning the battle to the upside, which we've all discussed. And, so if you're trading silver, which I know a lot of you are, you're not necessarily looking particularly just at gold. I mean, those are day traders markets now. I mean, that's just what they are. I mean, they've got enough volume. They're doing their own thing. I know there's the million conspiracy theories about the outages and about this and about that with metals. But at the end of the day right now, if you're trading metals, just know that, it's one isn't going to lead one the way that kind of was doing for a while. They're all independent, I think, since that kind of blow off top. And it's just something to keep in mind, because you can see a lot of people being like, whoa, silver's going to catch gold or it's going to surpass it. I mean, maybe. But again, just keep it light right now because work your stops. I mean, bottom line, man. We've got a minute left before we go to the Edge Report. You're going to be with us afterwards, Craig. But anything else you want Jimmy to maybe look at that you're looking at the tape this morning going, I know you like to poke holes and stuff, but what do you see?
I mean, real quick on the metals today makes sense to me, right? We're in a risk-off tape that gold would be outperforming, silver would be next, and then palladium, platinum, and copper are really more industrial metals. And so if we're talking about a global growth slowdown because of a elevated geopolitical issue, it kind of makes sense to me that those commodities would be underperforming here. Look, I think the dollar, right? I think the dollar is the wrecking ball, right? If the dollar starts to really appreciate here, we know positioning is very much the other way. The weak dollar thesis is top of mind for global investors. We've seen massive flows all year into emerging markets, out of dollar into other assets. And so assets, if the dollar catches a further bid here on risk off and deleveraging, watch out. And it starts with the crude market, right? And the energy market. As energy is bid, the big importing countries and regions like Japan and like Europe become more under pressure, and it kind of leads to this self-fulfilling prophecy where they need to raise dollars to buy more expensive energy. How do they raise dollars? They sell U.S. assets. What's the asset there? It's the easiest for them to sell? U.S. Treasuries. We've seen this time and time again over the course of the last several years, back in the fall of 22 and 23, where Europeans and Japanese kind of sold bonds to raise money to buy more expensive energy. And that became this negative feedback loop for the U.S. bond market, which led to more risk off in an elevated vol environment with credit spreads rising and the dollar starting to move. It wouldn't surprise me if we had a much more correlated move in equities to the downside here on back of these other things happening cross asset wise.
I agree with that. And it brings me to what I'm going to talk about when we get back from Jimmy's Edge report. Dollar strong and Bitcoin really can't go down anymore. Like Bitcoin has been so much in the toilet. The fact that it didn't make a lower low from last week with equities getting beat up and dollar up. Anytime I see that, that's why I turn around. That's one of the reasons why I turn around about Bitcoin futures. But we'll talk about that when we get back. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the crude oil market. It is all over the news. I want to go to a weekly because I want to show the Commitment to Trader report. And I want to try to make the argument that we are going higher anyway, regardless of what happened over the weekend. You could see the blue line down there at the bottom. Those are the large specs. They're adding long positions. The commercials, the hedgers, they're adding short positions. And every time we peak up, we're looking for peaks in that Commitment to Trader report. I have them circled at the bottom. Every time we get up there, we get a peak and then a sell-off. Then the cycle begins again. So we're not to that peak yet, I don't believe, on a Commitment to Trader report. And of course, today's over the weekend events have kind of threw a spanner in the works. But I just wanted to show that weekly chart there because it is poised for a breakout to the higher side in that pattern here. This is a daily chart. I mean, it's really rough. You got this big gap here, the Globex gap I talked about. There's a lot of Globex gaps today. It almost looks like some fireworks shot off here, and we're trading at a pretty high price right here. So we broke through. I had a 70.54 level. We broke through September highs. Forget about it. We broke above it, but eventually for the bears, there's some room. But right now, RSI is off the map. Intraday though, we have some great targets. Remember, we're up. Let me adjust this really quickly here because we are the Globex gap right now. And when I talk about the Globex gap, I mean where we closed the very last second on Friday is down here. There's that gap, and I'm measuring it to that level. But right now, from a price point of view, we're up 7.12% from Friday's close. So that's a big, big number here. Intraday, we have this really keen area support right here. There's a volume deficit that goes right below here. This is a capital P-shaped volume profile, and this is pretty pronounced. I mean, this is a shelf right here. So this is pretty good support, and that's at 71.61. Yeah, we closed once. This is one 10-minute candle closed below it, and we've wicked through it a couple of times, but we couldn't maintain any traction. And furthermore, we're above that session VWAP right now. Same thing. It's kind of holding a support. So approximately from 71.92, and I'm just going to eyeball it down to 71.33, I see support. I see buyers coming back in if we get down there. If we get a breakout to the downside, though, we do have some really nice targets here. We have that call resistance and one-day min, two areas of interest at one spot at $70, even number, of course, but that's an area of interest on the downside. We have R2 slightly below there. That's another area of interest, 69.65. And then we have a zero DTE call resistance level a little bit lower at 69 even. So there are targets. Oh, look at it, and even more. You got R1, you got JAX2, you got previous sessions highs, and so on and so forth. And you see that a lot when you have these big gap moves in any market. So that's the story of crude oil. Let's just get in E-mini S&P real quickly here before we go back to Naples. And it's kind of a messy chart. Today's daily candle, it's a long-legged doji right now, right? It's not a big body of a candle. It's right at that 23.6% retracement right now. We're below all the milestones, the yearly opens, the anchored VWAPs, the yearly VWAPs, all of the fib levels. We're pretty much below all of that stuff right now with RSI falling off. Intraday targets, excuse me, really quickly, previous session high in S1 is the immediate upside target right now. We're trying to reach up to get there. Then beyond that's Jax 1. And we have a pivot a little bit further up. On the downside, really, I'd focus on that London initial balance. And then we have an S3 a little bit lower at 67.29. That's this morning's Edge report. Let's get back to the panel.
Thanks, Jimmy. All right, everyone, let's get into the lineup that we have for today. Like I said, Shai is out right now. She's smothering them fries with that poutine. She's going to totally kill me when she gets back, but that's okay. We love you, Shai. She's out at a metals at a metals conference. She's going, that Anthony, I'm going to whoop his ass. All right, 8:45, we have Tape Talk with Pharm. Hopefully you caught the Sunday night show at the end there last night, Craig. I mean, I literally almost pissed my pants laughing. At 9 a.m., we have Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma. Best looking panel of the week by far. I think that's undebatable. And one of the smartest ones, too. And then we've got Midday Markets with Leo and Nick for a tick. And then Trade the Close, XY, Jack of all trades, and Joey. So we will have all of that for you today. Also, I know everyone's probably wondering who the winners are going to be for those lifetime. I don't want to say the wrong word. I want to say accounts, but they're membership
plans.
Yeah.
They're lifetime plans.
Plans. Yeah.
I only know that because I got yelled at earlier by Shep.
See what I mean, Jimmy? See how I paused there? It was a perfect way for you to step in. Lifetime light and plans. And here we go. See, everyone in chat, they'll keep me straight. I will announce those at 9 o'clock, right before Tanya and Salma. But let's take a look at my charts. I want to go over something here. So this is Bitcoin from the beginning of the year. I mean, you could see we went down in Bitcoin. It was outperforming equities at one point. And then it went all the way down, and it just got crushed. We all know that. We saw that. Look at that, this long consolidation here. It's been really going with equities, and you wonder now, do we start to see a revert back to the mean? And there's a couple things that I look at this morning when I come in, and I looked at why I bought Bitcoin futures last night. So I'm going to start off with that and just let's go to Bitcoin here. So on my daily, I've had a long signal for some time, and I haven't bought it just because the action's just been so poor. And I looked at it and said, you know what, it has to hold 67,000 and change on the futures, and the target's 81,000. And I'm like, man, it's just hugging around it. And I've been waiting to see like kind of a moment where it kind of shows me something a little bit different, and maybe you step in. And I think that's what happened last night. I saw last week's low get put into place here. We didn't make a lower low from that previous rundown. And now you have Bitcoin relatively strong versus the equities. And I go back to that chart I was just showing you to where how weak it's been. And maybe now it starts to see equities get weaker. And maybe Bitcoin at least stays where it is or it goes higher. I think maybe we'll see that gap narrowed. And you look at what the dollar did. The dollar was bid, and Bitcoin really didn't go down. And again, I look at those types of correlations where I'm like, normally if the dollar was going to get as strong as it did, you look to see what's reacting off it, right? You see what's the weakest currency, so Swissy. So we'll probably talk about that tomorrow with T-Trades and say that's the weakest currency against the dollar right now. Then it's yen, and then followed by everybody else, euro. And then you look at gold. Gold got stronger with the dollar. So again, I go back to like, okay, what is reacting off of that dollar move that maybe there's an opportunity? And I think it's Bitcoin right now.
One of the use cases for Bitcoin is the ability to move all of your wealth with you wherever you want to go, whenever you need to go. When would you need that? When we're at war. If you're in an area of the world that's being bombed and you need to go, you could take all of your wealth with you, put it on a 12-word phrase, and get the F out of wherever you are. One place that we've seen a massive store of wealth in the property market is in Dubai and Abu Dhabi over the course of the last several years, Well, what's been bombed over the course of the last couple of days? Abu Dhabi and Dubai, right? So if you think about, the real estate markets and storing wealth in real estate markets in these great cities, well, the risk premium of living in Dubai just went up materially so. And so on the margin, maybe you want to have a little bit less wealth stored in some of these cities that are in striking distance from global war. I think that's a dynamic in play. And so, I think Bitcoin kind of fits the bill on that. I think it's interesting that the initial reaction on Friday night into Saturday was Bitcoin got annihilated, and then boom, right back, right? And so again, kind of thinking about it was risk off, but Bitcoin initially reacts risk off and then rallies, kind of the opposite of what we saw with bonds, which was in risk off it rallied and now it's selling off, right? So you're almost seeing a little bit of that store of value concept in traders' minds, moving maybe out of treasuries and certainly into gold. We've been talking about it forever. Maybe with this 50% decline that we've already seen in Bitcoin from the highs, time to start, allocating some back in. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And again, I go back to, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, Deli, but we're still in this 14-day consolidation range, and the reaction to Bitcoin overnight was nowhere near as acute as it was for bonds or for equities or for gold. It was kind of a dud almost. I mean, I'm not saying not to be bullish, not to be bearish, but right now I'm just seeing it's still stuck in, do people want to invest their dough here? I don't know.
So here's the way I look at it, Jimmy. It's not a matter of, it's less about where I think they could go from here, or as much about a strong reaction, or it's more about the minimal reaction, and it's to me the risk. If it could hold this low, I think the upside is great, is where I'm saying. So I'm looking at it going, if we hold this low, they go up into this rectangle. That's what I'm saying. And so I look at it from my perspective. It's just it's a cheap risk play. It depends how big you're trading, right? I mean, about some of them, and I look at it and go, if it holds here, I think that the upside could be good. And again, I think it could do nothing, but again, I feel like this is a trade I could be in coming off of what I'm seeing, where I could manage my risk and the upside is pretty good, right? Because even if it gets a fraction of where I think it can go, that's a good win for me, right? Because, as the cool kids say, the R is good, the R. And it's just, I feel stupid even saying it's embarrassing. It's not. I've never said that, but anyway.
Well, you're one of the cool kids, Anthony.
I am. I'm 35 again. So when I look at this, I go, this is what makes sense to me. And next we look at oil, and it's like, obviously, I have been bullish oil, and it's funny. Merritt texted me this weekend. He's like, oh, you got to be happy, because I've been buying crude oil. I talk to him every day. I'm like, no, I covered my futures on the close. I'm long some oil stocks. I mean, you can't make this just shit up. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm like, I had a nice winter on in crude oil. Listen, I can't complain about it. It's like, if I would, again, I'm not trading a ton anymore. And so when I sit on futures positions, I looked at it and said, I've already made some money on these. Let's wait and see. Obviously, if, for hindsight's 2020, it is what it is. I have been long some oil stocks, but I look at oil again from where we are today, and it's like, I can't do anything. I'll wait to buy the dip again. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm not selling this, but it's up. Where are you wrong here? Where are you wrong in oil? If you're short or long, I mean, what are you going to do with that? Nothing you can do with it. It's just, to me, it's like, if you're a day trader in short-term rotations, great. That's about it. Again, we scan the tape. Look at gold. What would you do with this on a multi-day situation? Gold could rally 100 points from here and break 200 points, and I would think nothing different of it.
Yeah.
It's like, again, day traders market. I look at equities when I get to ES. I mean, S&P is where it opened on Globex. This thing is a total shit show, man. It's like, I mean, do you really want to put your money into the S&P right now? I mean, I just think there's so many other places. There's so many other markets out there. I mean, where am I wrong with S&P if I'm short or long? If you're short, where are you wrong right now? And I know intraday traders are going to think, I could be short leaning on the overnight high or the 5-minute, whatever it was. I look at it from the medium-term perspective, which hopefully we bring to you guys. It's like when you look at it and go, what are the bigger picture players going to come in this morning and look at S&P and say, I think it's held on pretty well. In my personal opinion, I mean, I wouldn't be long it or short it. Is there nowhere to manage risk? I mean, long, you could lean off the recent low, and PAX's quarterly pivot, I think, is 67.95.
Yep,
right?
67.94. Yep.
So there you go. Okay. You know, and again, I scan the tape. I look at NASDAQ. I mean, I think it's held on pretty well. Yeah, a lot could happen today, folks, is what I'm saying. I mean, you look at short-term day trading. You know, I look at, even in my heyday when I was trading, you know, a ton, I still like to look at the bigger picture to have an idea of which direction I want to favor one over the other. Equities, it's just really, it's a coin flip. Not to say that it isn't always that case, but I mean, you still have a little bit more edge in other places. Again, I like Bitcoin futures. I could buy dips. I could lean on it. And again, we'll look at the bond market and we'll go back to it. It's like, Jimmy, I mean, you're the tech. Does that not look like a high, man? I don't know what to say, dude. Like, I mean, if you're long bonds, are you happy with what you're seeing here?
Yeah, no, it's a drastic candle, man. It's a handle and a half right there on the daily. That's a big move.
Gap higher. You have Bollinger Band starting to come back inward. For me, if it gets below 117.30, I got a target of 116.12. Back into the belly we go.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you think about the I'm looking around too. What's most interesting now as I'm thinking about it, this dollar trade. We've been talking all year. People have been rotating out of dollar, right? The emerging market trade has been in fuego. European equities have been very strong. All non-dollar bonds have been strong. There's been a big flight out of U.S. dollar-related assets. They've held on okay, right? We talked about the range about S&P, but EM is up 20, 30%. Europe's up. Anything commodity-related is up, and so the boat is leaning in that direction for sure. Weak dollar trade. So to see big reversal candles now in dollar yen, dollar euro, dollar Aussie. If this continues, there's going to be pain, right? And what we've seen this year, there's been pain trades all over the place. There's been unwinds regularly. We've seen quant unwinds. We've seen software versus semi unwind. We've seen rotations under the hood in equities. We've been talking about this for a while now. The dollar trade has the ability to run people over. People are not set up for that. And with energy bid, and it's not just crude, it's LNG, it's heating oil, it's everything. Yeah. It becomes a bigger problem for these importing regions. And that's where the capital has flown to, right? People have flown into Japanese stocks. People have flown into European stocks. If energy prices are structurally now going to be 10 to 20 in Europe, now gas is 50% higher than it was on Friday, things are going to move quickly. And so if the dollar starts to get moving here, combine that with credit spreads, which have been widening over the course of the last several days, combine that with the VIX remaining elevated and inability really to hedge portfolios with 0-day in an elevated geopolitical environment, VIX, dollar, credit, oil, the four horsemen, that's a risk-off situation developing here for risk assets, in my view. And I think we're going to have a much more correlated move, to the downside in risk. Now, the president has the ability to change the dynamics really whenever he wants, right? And so that's the wild card. He can come out and say, we're going to stop this for now. And markets will rally on that. Vol will get sold because we know how precarious the market is. So we have to play smaller, expect a range bound, but stepping back from the cross asset perspective, I'd become more worried about risk assets here given that setup than not.
Yeah, I know, because you hear the word war and it's like, is this and I saw somebody say this is a military action. And although I would probably disagree just because you're seeing so many countries involved in this and it's really becoming a lot bigger sooner. But who knows? Like you said, this could be very short-lived. It could be lasting a long time. We don't have any answers to that. Yeah. So at the end of the day, classifying it to whatever it is what it is. But the president, again, at some point, crude oil keeps creeping higher. Bond markets, you start to see rates start to go up. He gets concerned about it. We're always a headline away from President Trump either, slowing things down for what he sees, or, I don't think he escalates it from here. But again, you don't know right now.
No, look, if anything, he has shown a hypersensitivity to risk asset markets throughout the entirety of this presidency and the first time, right? And so he obviously got scared back at Liberation Day and the market reaction in the middle of April last year when bonds were selling off with the dollar and equities, and he completely turned around course. If that's the dynamic that we get again now, and you add crude into it and energy prices, we can't think that he will not just end this military action war, whatever you want to call it, just because of that, because he's done it before. He knows how.
This is different. This is not a switch, right? I mean, there's a back and forth here, but again, I think it goes back to the traders out there understand you cannot predict what this is. You just got to make sure you work your stops, be small, stay in the game. This is something that is just completely unpredictable at this moment. Yeah. Final word, because we got to go to tape talk. We'll do 15 seconds with you, 30 seconds with Jimmy. We're chewing into Pharm's time,
Yeah, keep an eye on the dollar. I'm all over it. Sorry, go ahead. Your turn, Jimmy.
No, it's the news cycle is going to be super important today, because we're going to get news from more than just the White House. We're going to get it from overseas. We're going to get it from other places. So there's going to be a bunch of news that's going to come out it's really going to jitter things up. It's going to make things kind of choppy today, I think, in my humble opinion. We'll see. I just don't think calmer heads are going to prevail. And then lastly, be careful of the gaps. Are we driving toward a gap fill, or are we driving away from a gap fill? Remember, gaps don't always get filled instantly. So that's what I'm thinking today.
No, you're spot on, Jimmy. I didn't ask you, though, today. Negative gamma?
We are modestly in negative gamma. And so as the market starts to fall, we become more in negative gamma. Yeah, so we'll be traders selling with the tape for sure.
Keep an eye on that, traders. You have a Monday on the first day of the month in negative gamma. Watch the opening range trade. If there's any time that I watch the opening range, and I know not everyone trades that, but if you watch the opening range, use Pax's 30 seconds. If we start to go directionally from there on a day like today with negative gamma, first day of the month and a Monday, notorious for one-dimensional days since the beginning of markets. Yeah, and that negative gamma is not since the beginning, but opening range and Mondays and first days of the months are. All right, guys. We'll see you later.
Thanks.
All right, let's bring in Pharm. Dude, you had me in stitches last night. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to say. I was freaking cracking up. I mean, at the you said he was allergic to all fabrics. If you guys did not catch the end of the Sunday night show, I don't even want to ruin it, Pharm. I want them to go back and just watch the last 5 minutes. We'll leave it there. We have to move on to what today is. First thoughts on what you saw from the markets this morning.
Honestly, it's pretty much as I would expect. Again, like we've had this sort of range low, roughly 6,800. We've had a couple of excursions below there over the last couple of months, but it has never once been meaningfully offered. And so, to me, it's kind of range low until proven otherwise, right? At the same time, we have not gone up and tagged Friday's 5 p.m. close. We got a failed reclaim of last week's low, of Friday's low. So it looks a little bit weak as of now. We're going to open on a true gap down below Friday's low. There's a lot of time left, of course. So ultimately, we're just, going to play it like a true gap down that it is. But if you saw the analysis last night, I mean, the risk is back above, the 6830s, especially. Sellers are under a bit of pressure, let's just say, to continue to defend. They pulled it off last night. They pulled out a defense, and we haven't seen that from them in a while. So big, important day today as we lurk right around this range low here.
Yeah, and as you like to say, we haven't seen 1 minute of RTH yet. You have first day of the month. You have a Monday. You've had, it feels like an eternity overnight for the markets to react to, what's happened over the weekend. And I come in today, and again, I go back to, we'll start with me real quick, and then we'll get into your stuff, because I want to have you dive into the equity indexes, because I need somebody to show me what the hell's going on there, Pharm, because I really I look at this and go, what is this? Barcoding? Yeah. Another thing the cool kids say that I'd never heard of before, but here you are. That does sure does look like it. And you have that, and the S&P, we're right where we opened last night. We didn't take out, the February lows yet. But we're in basically the middle of the range and right where we opened. You look at NASDAQ, and again, here we are, right where we opened. I mean, my charts in equity indexes are just like, I'm just not even trading them right now. Where I see opportunity, where I think you can manage risk, where I like the risk versus reward is Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin off of the low is trending up a little bit. I look at this area and go, if we can stay above this low which was, so you had the initial low. I'm looking at the futures. So you had the February low was made at the beginning of February, and then you had the low at the end of, well, not the end of last week, the beginning of last week, I think, on the 20th. Is that right? No, the 24th. Anyway, this low in Bitcoin futures comes in at 62,855. I mean, it's a few thousand points away, and the way that Bitcoin moves, that's not that much. I mean, it could be an afternoon, it could be a few minutes. If it holds here, I just think, man, I mean, Bitcoin has got a lot of upside potential here. Dollar strength today. Bitcoin is holding on relatively well, I think. From where it opened on Globex, it's still up. It's flat on the day from the futures perspective. ETH is up a little bit too. Again, it's like this is a time for crypto possibly to shine. Let's see what happens. So I'm long Bitcoin futures at like 66.2 and change, 66.3. I was buying them kind of as it was dipping. So I'm underwater 500 points or so already on it. But again, my stop will be below last week's low, or not, yeah, last week's low, not the monthly low. And if it's right, I think it could run, and I'll hold them. A quick look at crude oil. Again, everyone knows, and if you've watched me at all this year, you know that I've been saying since the end of last year that crude oil is my number one favorite trade. I own some energy stocks. I'm not long oil futures right now, but I look at oil and go, I mean, what do you do with it up here? You're well above a 2-3 standard deviation move. You've got headlines that are driving the price action. It's got technicals that are supporting it. I don't look to fade it. The Globex open is pretty much the high. Could it continue to come down the next couple of days back into this area where I'd probably look to buy it? Sure. And here today, short-term traders, work your stops, look for short-term signals. Just make sure you're working stops for headlines. I don't have a ton to really share across the board of where I would trading. I mean, it's rare that I look at the market and go, Bitcoin is really the look that I like the most right now, but it is. I mean, I don't have much else to even look at. Again, I look at it and I need to be forced into stuff. And to me, risk versus reward in Bitcoin makes sense. I'm dipping my toe in the water there. Aside from that, that's it. I mean, Pharm, what are you seeing in the indexes? I'm very curious to see what you see here.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add on the butt coin is anchor a VWAP to the 2022 low for your charting purposes.
2022 low. Okay.
Yep. And then so again, like ES, we've come down to roughly 6,800. We've had some ETH excursions down to 6,750. We had that one low down to 6,750, 6,755. And we still have not offered it, right? It's been this range, 6,800 to 7,000. And, buyers have pulled off up at the highs, sellers have pulled off down at the lows. So it's kind of, time to shit or get off it for sellers here, right? I mean, they've got a catalyst. We talked about last night the fact that, NQ gapped value lower on a monthly basis. ES overlapped value lower on a monthly basis. That has not happened since the 2025 low. So if you're going to shoot your shot, it's now. But again, still, they've not found a way to offer 6,800. We've traded through it a few times. But show me a defense of 6,800 from below in the face of a session uptrend that then produces a lower low. And then you'll have my attention. For right now, it's not the case. 6830s are very, very key. You can see they were defended there twice by some fat guy with large calves and too many kids. Just guessing, like looking at the tape, you could kind of, you kind of see that in it maybe. But I mean, back over, especially now, if you squeeze out the fat guy at 6830, then maybe we get a run for this overnight high and we can get back properly into Friday's range. And I said last night, I mean, the risk here is above 6830s, firm bids back above. Opens up 69.30. I'm using 69.26 to 31 up there. And so that's the risk. So for me, like, I don't really love being short here, so near range low. But I know I can just cover some at these, 68.01, 68.08 range and, see if we finally get the break, right? So for me, this is a pretty clean range. You can look and see on this session, we've got low volume nodes sitting here right around 6,800 again. So like that's not necessarily what sellers want to see unless they, we're trading below there and capping that as upside. That's going to, I mean, it's perfect to have that low volume node there I would say from a perspective of risk management, because you can clearly see buyers are working against that on the long side. And then if sellers can dump that, perhaps they can work against that on the short side. But again, like you said, we haven't traded a single minute of cash. So, this could just be a huge gap down buy. I mean, I will point out the fact that, we got the gap down buy last night. The buyers came in, and we were kind of talking about this backstage before the show last night. It's like, is this going to be the time where, just buy the gap down doesn't work? And it certainly did not, right? It got stepped on, failed reclaim of Friday's range on both NQ and ES, and it got stepped on. So we've got potentially a true gap down on a weekly basis, which would mean gapping below, the prior week's low entirely. And so, that's kind of a big deal that probably shouldn't be ignored. But with the true gaps, and I say this every time we have a true gap, which is just, again, opening entirely outside the prior day's range, I like to monitor the range of the opening 5 minutes, not the 5 minute opening range, because there is no such thing. And I don't want to get yelled at by PAX, but I use it differently from PAX. I use the 5 minute different from Leo. I am looking at it to assess maybe what type of a day it is, whether it's likely to be a balanced day, whether it's likely to be a trend day. Both you and Jim, I think, mentioned it. You watched that open, and on a true gap especially, right? If they just can't bid the open at all, can't trade above the range of the first 5 minutes, not the 5 minute opening range, can at all, right? And we just explore lower, then that looks bearish for a potential trend day. You still have levels that buyers can step in and defend, but it has potential to be a bearish trend day. Now, on the flip side of that, right, is if we open cash session and sellers cannot find the sell button below the opening print, below the range of the first 5 minutes, and all we're doing is framing higher on the 30, running towards a gap fill, like Jim said, like you're either running towards it or you're running away from it, then you can be long looking for that, mindful of these very key levels, I would say, on the way in there. I've added for ES around 53, and then I've got 60, 61.5. So these to me are the spots for a failed reclaim. Is it possible we come up and we tag 69 to 73, basically Friday's close, and then dump back down? That would be a horrifying look if that actually happened. I'm not going to step in front of this, though. If we're seeing upside at the open, sellers don't find the sell button, to me, they just got to come in and step on it at the open here, or it's going to potentially be a problem for them. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. Yes, NQ is the same thing broadly. I mentioned last night, these 850s, 820s were extremely well bid at the end of last week. Have those dip buyers now become pop sellers? It looks like it. Again, failed reclaims on NQ as well, sort of struggling with this 669 to 700 spot. A lot of buying activity there over the last 2 weeks, really. So again, can they flip that to firm resistance and then make a drive back towards this recent low of the last couple of months here in my yearly level, again, which is 24,069 to 24,369, a big range because it's a big ass LVN, but it is absolutely critical. If that range becomes resistance, then I do favor a trip to 22,369 to 22,769, which is another major LVN. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, in the big picture. And then again, with trades today, to me, it's all about trading a true gap down. You just watch that open. Do we open and drive lower immediately? And if so, what kind of traction do we get? Again, I'm looking more at ES, I think, for clues than I am for NQ. I would like to see the markets move together today. They have not for quite some time. So if this is going to be a big old gap down buy, okay, fine, buy them all. I would like to see that. And that would have me hesitant, right, to press the sell button again back above, let's say, 669 to 700 on NQ and back above, 6830 on ES. On the flip side, if things are correlated in the downward direction, I would be extremely careful with longs. Again, are there levels lower? Absolutely. But the risk is if you're long roughly below, again, 6,800 on ES, it's one of those situations where, the probability is probably pretty low. Maybe it's a high risk, high reward long situation that you're trying to front run a reclaim of 68.30s, let's say, and then Friday's range. You have to understand how you're going to manage your risk in that type of trade. For me, it means if it's high risk, lower probability, high reward, I'm using smaller size, tighter stop, quicker profit takes, right? Things of that sort. So just understand what type of trade you're taking. Today's going to be all about the gap down, playing the range of that first 5 minutes. Do we trade both sides of that 5 minute opening range? I said it. God, I'm so busted. I said 5 minute opening range. It's over between me and Pax.
He's gonna bury you, dude. You're done.
It's over. I misspoke. There's no such thing. They shouldn't even have 5 minute candles. It's just sorry. I'm sorry. It's over. So just watch that. If they trade both sides, that it starts to lean potentially towards balance. And I don't think you want to see balance down here. I know we're about out of time. I said on Friday, coming off like 60.40 was kind of close enough to 68.30, right? So 68.40 was effectively range low on that composite profile that I flashed last night. The bid was weak off it, man. The bid was weak off of it. It should not have been. And so that's the type of thing you look for today. If we trade both sides of the range of the first 5 minutes and we see some balance there and some acceptance, that's not really a good look. You still have to be mindful of those levels, but you do not want to see acceptance of prices down here, especially on ES near 6,800. You want to see buyers come in and just rip the piss out of this all the way back up into Friday's range and make a gun for those 69.30s. Because if not, then this feels very heavy into range low, and it could be the break that sellers are looking for.
Yep. Important morning. And it's again, I look at it and go, we have not seen a minute of RTH as you and I have discussed, and you really have to watch this right out of the gates. Do not come into this with any sort of bias. I think I go back to I think you're reiterating exactly what I've been talking about. It really is. I mean, it's always a coin toss, right? Could we go higher or lower? But today really is one of those days where if it starts to go in that direction, if you didn't catch it, I think you have to be very kind of concerned about fading at Pharm, at least from what I'm seeing from your stuff and at least what I'm looking at on my end. It doesn't look like this is a tape to where if it starts to go in one direction, strong out of the gates, that it's a market to fade. I mean, is that kind of what your sense is?
Yeah, from this location, absolutely. Yeah, if they come in strong,
I think that's the key.
Low 6,800s, you're at range low. You don't want to fade that off range low, right? Trying to short it off coming off of range low. But if range low breaks and they're strong to the downside from this location, there's a lot of room to the downside. I favor, below 6,600s basically, if this is a clean break. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how they come out today. Pharm, you're the best, man. Make sure everyone go and check out what Pharm did on Sunday night. Like I said, if you could just have 5 minutes of your time, go watch the last 5 minutes of it. You're welcome. And go and follow Pharm on his X channel and his Substack. Pharm, I'll see you next week. Or see you
Wednesday. See you. Take care.
Next week.
Thursday.
All right, everybody. Pushing Pharm out a week. I'll be here all week. Hopefully you all will be too as well. Hit like and subscribe so you never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. We're on our way to 200,000. We're at 190K this morning. I got to go to the chat. Are you guys ready? We're getting ready to announce the winners for the 5 NinjaTrader lifetime plans. If you had a chance to go in and subscribe to those or participate in those, I'm about to congratulate 5 people for this. So the first winner is going to be the Real Morford, at the Real Morford. The next one is at Monica Sweets. The next one is at it's J0227. Next is at Oshtari, Oashtari, and then Jonathan K. So the Real Morford, Monica Sweets, it's J0227, Oshtari, and Jonathan K. You are the 5 winners of NinjaTrader lifetime plans. Now, of course, we've got Salma and Tanja coming up next, and hopefully you hit like and subscribe to the show. Did you know that we have socials now too? I put a link in there earlier. Make sure you go and follow the socials. And because today is the first day of the socials, I just don't think that giving away 5 lifetime plans are enough. I think we should give away another lifetime plan. Well, that is if we can get Let's see if we can get up to 300 likes. That's only 100 from here. And what do you guys think in chat? Should I give away another lifetime plan? I better not. Yeah, I don't know why I continue to screw up the way I'm saying that. Lifetime plans. Do we think we give away another one of them? And what's cool about these is, look, you get the lowest commission rate for the lifetime. Hopefully you last a long, long time in this business. And this is the time to get a plan to where you pay the lowest commissions. Everyone knows that there's one way, if you're breaking even, to always increase your P&L, and that's lower costs. So this is a great way to do it. So they think we should do it? Tom Dog says, Anthony, yeah, for sure. Spam the chat. That's right, Salma. Let's go. Let's see. I mean, the likes aren't even close. We only got 20 likes from this. I need help from Tanja and Salma. Well, let me bring them in, because we know that everyone gets behind the girls. So this is, and then I'll decide when they're in there if maybe we do this, and we'll see what happens. We're 261 now. I still need another 39 before we like. But remember, on Mondays, I call it the OG segment. Tanya is OG from day one here on NinjaTrader Live, and Salma, she's just an OG. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanya and Salma. I need help.
What's up? Good morning.
They like you guys better than me. Who wants to ask for the 100 likes?
I like the pictures of us side by side.
Yeah, it looks cool.
What do you guys
likes,
think?
Anthony, you're not asking for much. You should have asked for like 500 likes.
Uh-oh.
So, no, I said 100 more likes. You see what I mean, Selma? This is why I needed you here for this.
That's easy for this chat.
Numbers. You got to pump those numbers up.
Yeah. We have 930 people watching.
So what do you think we have to get to for me to give away another lifetime plan?
250 likes.
So 250 from where we were, that would put us, so that's 138 from where we were. So we need another 138. If they can do that, well, I'm on with you guys. Well, we're going over the markets. Everybody, it's super simple. All you have to do is hit the like and subscribe. Wait till you see what we start to do at 200K. This is just the beginning. And of course, make sure you go and like and check out our social, which is going to be off the charts. Let's get there. We're getting closer. Everyone wants that lifetime plan. Let's go. Well, while we're waiting for everyone to get us to our number, ladies, let's talk a little bit of markets, and let's see if the chat really can pull through while you guys are talking about what you're seeing for the day. Start with you, Tanya.
Yeah. So let's see. We're gapping. We're going to gap down. The 6 p.m. open was a gap down. We came back up, and basically NASDAQ actually came pretty much back to fill the gap. And here we are on the 4-hour. We've dropped again, and we've hit a bunch of, we're below a lot of previous week lows. I think that today is pretty important to see. I think that Friday low is pretty important. It's a previous weekly low. And we're going to see whether or not we can finally have some follow through on the downside. I know a lot of people have been looking for some downside price action. And, we were pretty much stuck in consolidation for over a week, probably like 2 weeks, 10 days at least. Yeah. Oh, wow. A lot more than I thought. Yeah. It's about 3 weeks. And Friday was so interesting. We were same thing, just chopping around. And then, sometimes that news is what causes the drop. So this Monday morning, I think that I'm going to definitely keep in mind this previous weekly low. I'm going to mark that out. Can we stay below previous weekly low? Or are we going to come back up into the range again, which is totally possible on a Monday? Do we have any more? We have 10 a.m. news, which is awesome because typically on Mondays we don't have news during the actual New York open for the equities open or the New York AM session. So that's kind of good to see. And I think that, 10 a.m. I typically look for whether it's a manipulation or it's distribution. Hopefully, I'm bearish. I'm thinking if we stay below previous weekly low, we can definitely hit, this new monthly lows Actually, it's March 1st, so last month's low, February 2nd's low. Oh, wow. Okay. I just kind of, yeah, you guys have been saying that's the first day of the month. It's, yeah, that Friday, February 6th low, last month's low. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What do you think, Salma?
Okay, wait. I'm waiting for them to just bring my charts.
Oh,
Okay.
there they are.
I
You're
finally
going to
went
the
dark
dark
mode.
charts? Oh, yeah.
She's come
I
to
can't
over
even
to the
look
dark
at.
side. I'm
Yeah,
scared.
she's totally.
Listen,
yeah.
I'm still messing around with the color scheme and stuff, guys. So please go easy.
Yeah, those
I
candles
finally
are a little
gave in.
bright.
Uh-oh. Oh, she in the trade too.
Yeah.
Are you in short?
I'm
Yeah.
short. Yep.
Okay, so we have the same type of vibes.
Yeah, so real quick, it looked like, overnight I was actually watching this. I didn't really get much sleep last night, so obviously when you don't get much sleep, what do? You pull up TradingView, you start looking at the charts a little bit. We had a perfect bounce off of December lows on the ES here. Buyers stepped in, did their thing, pushed us up. We did reclaim January lows, and we've kind of just been consolidating here. We're seeing a little bit of acceptance here between, the weekly open, January lows. But now, if we go on the hourly, to me, this hourly looks very bearish. I would love to see this, have the H pattern pan out where, we did originally, off the open, have a nice drive down, came back up. We consolidated a little bit, and now we're starting to see us curl down. And so I would like for us to take out these overnight lows. Maybe that's me being a little greedy, but I would love to see that drop, just, be a little bit violent and come down a bit more. But yeah, that's what I have so far.
Violence.
She's
calling for violence.
asking for violence, Tanya. She's calling for it.
Craig did say we are in negative gamma environment, and negative gamma environments tend to be quick and violent. So I'm here for it.
She's got the dark chart calling for, a break in violence. I mean, are you going to be wearing black every day on the stream now too, Salma?
Wait, why? Do you notice that I wear black all the time?
I do notice that. But I mean, now that you're on the dark side, I mean, it's just like, I think the color scheme on the background, it's all coming together here.
Well, I have a reason for the black. So I always get ready in the morning for the gym. And so I always wear black to the gym, and that's kind of why, but yeah.
Do you go to 3 a.m? Because we know it takes you 2 hours to get ready, right, Tanya? So
no.
I know. I was like, you know what, Salma? I woke up at your usual time. I think this morning I woke up at 7:10, and I had a nice breakfast with eggs. And,
see, it's nice to ease into your day.
And toast and butter. I don't know how you don't eat any breakfast.
Yeah, no, I'm on no breakfast right now and 3 hours of sleep, so
What?
sucks, but
I haven't
we're
eaten
here.
anything yet either. That's all I've had is this double espresso, which
Some
I'm
people
about
like
to
to
have here.
intermittent fast, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm partaking
Double
in
espresso,
Ramadan right
of
now,
course.
so no food, no water for me until sun sets.
Yeah, okay, got you. Yeah, wait, Deli, yeah, double espresso, is that every day?
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 or 4
Yeah.
a day. I have the first one when I'm
Italian
listening to
in him.
Craig or
3
Shy
or
with the news.
4 is
Yeah.
wild. Did you ever hear about there's an Italian astronaut on the International Space Station? He complained about how he didn't like the coffee, and so Nespresso and Lavazza, they figured out how to send a Nespresso machine to space so he can have his Lavazza.
Oh, but that would be totally me. I mean, if there's anything I'm fancy about, it's my coffee. There's nothing worse than bad coffee. If there's no flavor in it, I'm out.
I feel that.
Coffee in your hair. Did you see my tweet?
This is true.
Uh-oh.
No, I didn't see it yet. I've been on air. Did you just tweet
watch
it?
NinjaTrader Live?
No.
Wait,
Yeah.
let me see. Let me read that, actually.
You might want to go
I
check
watched
that out.
NinjaTrader Live 4, and Salma put for all the macro from Shy Girl and Craig Shapiro from 8 to 8:30, as well as seeing Anthony Crudele's hair.
His hair is on point every single morning, dude.
I'm retweeting this right now. I know.
Hair on
well,
fleek.
thanks. I know. Well, she doesn't come for the commentary. She just comes for the hair.
For the hair.
It's-
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I kind of went a little crazy with that tweet.
you did. I mean, I mean, I'm gonna have to, have another
It's all
espresso and read
true.
this whole thing. It's gonna take me a minute, but no, this is great. Let me put this link in chat. Chat needs to see this. And by the way, chat is still 20 Now they're 14 likes away from another giveaway of a lifetime plan. I mean, this is pathetic. We should already be here.
Guys,
How many likes are we away?
14.
we could do much better than that.
14?
That's all they
I see.
need.
It's
I mean, I'm not giving it
256
till I
on
see it.
mine. Refresh.
It's 388.
I said it's got to get to 401. That would have been
401.
250.
Oh, wait, no,
There we
I
go.
got to refresh. It says 414. Let's go,
Yeah.
chat.
Oh, it does? So we're there.
That was quick.
Oh, we're there. 426. Yeah. Well, geez, thank you. All right.
Let's
Well,
go.
because of the girls helping me, so you really have them to thank, we're going to give away another lifetime plan. So production, put it in there.
Oops.
They did. They heard it. I'm messaging them as I'm putting the link to Salma's out there. So we're going to give one more NinjaTrader lifetime plan. Jimmy Cagnina will be giving it away after his nap this afternoon, right when he comes online. Enter for a chance to win a lifetime NinjaTrader plan. Click on the link in chat. Those are great. I know a lot of people want them. So sign up. I know Jimmy's going to be yelling at me. He's going, Anthony, I didn't take a nap. I just like to bust his chops. He comes in, his hair is a little messy. And I tell him,
He's always got a little flyaway.
Yeah. We love you, Jimmy.
I should have
So
made the
Jimmy-
comment about Jim's hair.
Everyone better be nice to
Gotta
Jimmy because
go
he's the one
to
doing the giving away.
School of Anthony's hairstyling.
He really is the best, man. All right. I'll leave it to you girls and chat. Chat, thank you so much for a great morning. Ladies, I hand it off to you. Have a great trading day. I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Bye, Anthony. Ciao.
Bye. Here we are.
Here we are.
And you're in shorts from 3 a.m.
No. From like an hour ago.
Okay.
From like the weekly open at 27 on ES.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wanted to have my target at 800, but I am being a little bit greedy. I'll kind of micromanage that as we get closer. Just maybe move my stops in profit and then potentially keep moving my TP lower. Depends on how fast this move gets.
Yeah. Maybe it's a gap down and go Monday.
Honestly, I would love to see that. Although, like on the 4 hour,
Mm-hmm.
just purely looking at ES here, the previous 4 hour candle looks really good for a reversal. So like if you are bullish in the next 42 minutes, you want current 4 hour candle to be a green candle and pushing higher. That would put the low in for the day, and then, you know, we can continue higher and fill the gap because we do have a gap to the upside. But I just don't know if the bulls have enough squeeze in them. So
The
we'll
bulls have
see.
enough squeeze and then we'll find out.
We'll see.
I think if they do, like I feel as though the manipulation should be lower right at the open and then start to come back above the previous weekly low.
Yeah, I mean, so like that once
Yeah.
the market opens, we only have 30 minutes, 30 minutes on that 4 hour candle, so
Mhm.
won't be enough time. They'll have to act quick. Robert says no gap in ES. Well, the gap will show up once we open
Regular
up.
trading hours
Yeah.
gap.
Yep. Or TH.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, chat, what do we think of the new color schemes on the chart? It took me, I wasn't joking when I said it would take me like 2 hours. It took me 2 hours yesterday to kind of just fix up all my indicators, my fib colors, obviously the color scheme of the background and the candles. It's still a work in progress, so be nice. But
I like your LED background.
oh,
Purple.
thank you.
I
Thank
like it.
you.
Now we're pink and purple.
Yeah, production actually told me the purple has the best hue, so I
Nice.
listen. I listen.
Nice. Is there a poll in the chat about, let's see, are they bullish, bearish, or neutral?
There was one this morning, but I think they pinned
I gotta take
the
take a look.
giveaway.
Oh yeah. Yeah, click the pinned chat and enter that giveaway. We're gonna give away a lifetime plan. Jim Cagnina when he comes on. Woohoo! It's a new month, new day, new week. Who's ready?
Honestly, not me. I wish it was still the weekend.
The weekend's never long enough, as they say.
This is true. Let's see. Okay, chat for the most part is liking the color scheme.
They're supportive.
Yeah. But like I said, it is a work in progress. So if you do see me come on stream and something's different, it's cool. And then guys, don't forget, the competition has started. The March Madness competition.
Oh, word.
I forgot about that. But yeah, I'll probably be trading that later on today. It's a whole week, so you can take your time with it.
Oh, it's a whole week. Okay.
Yeah, it's until Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Lit.
Yeah. Yep, Mark. All right.
I think what really matters at the open, whether we're going to stay heavy or not. I think if we, so far it looks good. Where, we've created a 1 hour FEG in Nasdaq and ES in a premium, above 50% of my fibs, and we rejected from there twice. There's no SMT right now at that. Between 8 a.m. and 6 a.m. I see that both Nasdaq and ES, took out that little 6 a.m. high. So I think I'm just gonna wait and see for the open. I think that if we're gonna stay bearish, I would love for this hourly to close below 24,590 for Nasdaq and like 6,800 for ES. Yeah.
Yeah, if I wasn't in a position right now, I'd probably wait till 10 a.m. as well. Chat, if you guys are still cash, just don't rush into the open. Kind of let things just cool off a bit because, there are a lot of headlines that I'm sure will continue to come out.
Yeah.
The open will be crazy. Just let the
Yeah.
volatility kind of,
We
calm
can
down
expect
just a
that.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like that's part of the
Go ahead.
pre-market preparation, right? Like thinking about, okay, I can expect there to be potentially 100-point NASDAQ candle, 100-point 1 minute NASDAQ candle to the downside or upside right at the open, or several of them. So as long as if you mentally visualize that happening and like you're prepared so that you're prepared not to take over leverage or accidentally take more contracts, like more risk more because you're used to taking a larger contract size, but you realize, oh wow, I'm risking double the points than usual. Just check on those things and have a plan on how much you're willing to risk. How much are you willing to lose?
Yeah, for sure. Like that's kind of also part of the reason why I haven't moved my stop yet, just because I know we're coming into the open. We might have a lot of wiki action. So I don't want to have too tight of a stop loss just yet. Obviously, I'm sized very light, so I can have a wider stop loss. Maybe keep that in mind as well. If you want, you can be sized a little bit lighter and have those wider stops to work in your advantage, The moves are going to be big today. Should be fun. Should be fun. And then we have data at 10 as well. Do we have any 9:45 data? No. Oh, we do. PMI.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
PMI.
PMI and then ISM manufacturing. Cool.
Okay. How was everyone's weekend, chat? Let us know. 5 minutes till it open. Type in the chat what you were looking for today. Interested to see. And I'll read it. I'm excited that we already got to the likes needed while Deli was still with us.
Yeah, that was a little weak though.
Chat.
He said 100 likes.
Oh yeah. Well, we hit 400. That's wild.
Yeah. Looking
Spot silvers
for
drops over 3% on the day. Wait, how did your silver? I think your silver trade ended up working out well. Oh yeah. You're long since like
I'm still in.
Friday, 79s, right? Or yeah.
It
Friday
was bef
like a week ago.
yeah. I'm still in
Cool.
that.
Well, you're up nice
Although
on that then.
although I am also in some TLT calls on
Mm-hmm.
bonds. Those might be a little bit red at the open, but I have till September on those, so it's not gonna be a big deal. But yeah, we Deli was talking about it earlier. Kind of weird to see bonds down and then also the indices down.
Mm-hmm.
Not your typical kind of movement, so we shall see.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to read.
Let me see chat. What are you guys looking for?
You're Jamaican. Stop trolling. You already know how to swing options. My own
Fractal
member
Firm
is
had a great
trolling me.
weekend. That's good. No pressure to take trades unless he sees what he's looking for. Awesome. Cool down, Dave. Well, welcome back. We're looking forward to having you here in the chat again. Ooh, indoor golfing. I love indoor golfing. Someone Pump Illusions expecting violent swings. See, someone else also expecting violence, like you, Salma.
Yeah. It
What
should
row?
be pretty wild. Like I would not be surprised if we're seeing 20 point candles on ES and
Mm-hmm.
on like the 5 minute candles. It won't be out of the question. And then I'm definitely actually gonna keep an eye on news. I know you guys, chat always likes to troll me because I like to watch the news,
Mm-hmm.
but I have that pulled up now.
Yeah, it
Tracy's
looks
not
like
here
there is
to
still
keep
time to
us.
enter the March Madness competition. Oh wow, 8,500 out of 10,000 spots are taken so far, so there's still room if you are interested. And yeah, you compete for your shot at $20,000 in cash prizes. It starts in 2 minutes but you can enter even if, you miss that entry now, you could still enter later today, tomorrow, just before Friday. Ends Friday. Wow. It's cool. I love that there's always so many tournaments, competitions.
Yeah, yep. I think this, I mean, Tanya, you'll know better than me, but I think this might be the first week-long comp. I think they've always been just like daily
Hmm.
competitions.
I think so. From what I recall, yeah, they're typically like a day long. Now it's a week long. So that's cool.
Yeah. Andre, I just use Financial Juice as my news source. But like usually Tracy keeps us in the loop, but she's not here, so oh, they're saying it's not the first week long?
Oh,
Really?
well,
No,
there's so many competitions.
I mean they do competitions all the time, like, but I'm saying the ones that get promoted on here. I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong.
We'll get fact checked, I'm sure, by production.
How can I join March Madness?
There's a
Production can
link in
drop the
the
link.
chat. Production
There
will
you go.
post it now. Watch it. Watch out for it.
There you go.
They're quick with it.
They literally had that ready to go before we even said anything.
Mm-hmm.
Look at gold, it's gold dripping. Let's see. Oh no, it's dumping.
Really?
Yeah, it's back to the weekly open here. Silver, same thing.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
We got the open in 15 seconds, y'all.
Fixing up all my charts here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. There we go. It's already crazy.
I like to like keep it on the 15-minute when I start out. Basically.
Oh, we should actually look to see the gap. See, this is what we were talking about before. This right here is the gap. It's about, sheesh. It's about 60 points or so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta change the color on this. I don't really like this color. This is so weird getting used to this dark chart. This is ugly now. Just my market.
Yeah, here we have us pumping up in the first minute of the day, already 100 point,
Yep.
80 points, 118 points in the first 2 minutes on the NASDAQ, just as we suspected could happen.
When you have a chance, please explain how you get those gaps. All you're doing, guys, is just
Look
going
at the
on,
regular trading. Yeah.
yeah, go from ETH to RTH, and that will just show you the gap that we were talking about. You could do it on any time frame. Doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
Tino, it's because price we dropped overnight, and we're now far away from Friday's closing price. So Friday's closing price to today's open, there's a discrepancy between the two, and that's what would be considered your gap. And then you would just mark that so you can have it on your chart, and then you can see how much of the gap gets filled, when the gap gets fully filled, if it gets filled at all.
Yeah, I personally like to have put a fib and put it in quarters, like so I can see if it's 20. It's already over 25% filled on the NASDAQ, close on ES also. So I can have a feel for that. Go back to electronic trading hours.
Oh, I like that, the fib idea. I
Mhm.
don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah.
Damn, they're really pushing this.
Mm-hmm. We are above pre-market high for NASDAQ. Net ES is quite close.
Looks like NQ just got to previous day low.
We are above that previous weekly low right now. Mm-hmm. I think the last line in the sand is like this hourly has to close below for bears, it has to close below 24,786, and for ES 68,000 6,835.
Yeah, I have my stops at 39. Honestly, I don't even want to see us get above the weekly open, but this is a very strong opening drive so far.
For the weekly open, what's your level for?
Oh, on ES?
Yeah.
It's here, 29.
Where are you calculating that from? Like,
It's just my indicator. Just
because my weekly
Sunday open.
yeah, Sunday open for me is 6820.
What did I say to you?
You said 6829.
Yeah, I don't know.
Check
Looking
out.
at, well, I'm on MES. I don't know if that makes a difference at all, but the on the like you'll
Oh,
see it
maybe it
here.
does.
They're about to tap me out. Holy moly. Okay, yeah, I'm out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, okay.
There's a difference?
Yeah, there is a difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's
guys.
quite interesting. Okay, you're on micro, yes. Oh, they tapped you out.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the risk we do always take when we go take a pre-market trade. So it definitely could have gone either way. Could have dumped right at the
Yeah.
open. You could have been like paid big. So, um, let's find out here what this hourly
Yeah, I
wants,
mean,
what the 4 hour candle wants to do here.
we did kind of run through that bullish scenario of what, if you are bullish, this previous 4 hour candle looked really, really good for a reversal. Like if you are a bull and you want to see price go higher, you wanted them to hold this current 4 hour candle, right? It's still got 24 minutes left. 24 minutes is a very long time, especially in a volatile market. So if you are bullish, you want to see this continue higher. Don't want to see us come back down. Anything below the weekly open, in my opinion, puts this candle at jeopardy of closing red. And that's what sellers should be doing, is trying to push price down. But we'll see. We'll see. Right now, ES is at previous day low. That's crazy. If
Yeah,
they wick this,
in 5 minutes we have pumped up a ton in the Nasdaq. How much?
200
Let's
points,
250
260.
points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. That is freaking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's violent, but not to the side you wanted.
No, but yeah, and if it went my way, it would have been
Yeah.
this exact move literally would have paid me to the downside. Oh well, happens.
Let's find out here. Yeah, because last Monday you had this a similar thing going on. You were long RTY, I believe, and at the open we did pump. So you like taking
Yeah,
um you
risks.
often take those like pre-market trades?
Not always, but like if I see something, then I'll take it. Coming into this morning, it looked really good, and now not so much. So it's all Gucci. What was I gonna say to you though? Yeah, the fact that you said ES is a different open is
Yeah.
good, because now I need chat to understand that if I mention whatever level, I'm always talking about the micro on across all the indices. I'm always talking about MNQ, MES, MYM, M2K. Never, never the minis, always the micros. This is so crazy, dude. Oh my goodness. Anybody catch that, chat?
Insane. I'm sure somebody did.
Well, Drazen, ridiculous could be a good thing too. That's good, Ito. Good job, guys. BC, honestly, I've been doing this for as long as I can remember, and it hasn't really made much of a difference. So, yeah, I don't know. The bad, maybe Tanya can touch on that. Thoughts on the new Apex accounts?
Oh yeah, I love them. I mean, now you have an option to do end of day drawdown and or like the previous live trailing like a same, but like now you have the option for end of day drawdown and you have 20 accounts still available. So that's like what a lot of people were looking for, and here it is.
So I used to like trade with Apex when I first started.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the reason why I never like continued with them is that trailing drawdown. And I
Mm-hmm.
was like, I was a newbie, I would always advocate like anyone who is new to go into Apex simply because it costs like it was like $19 for
Cheap.
an account.
Yeah.
They're always doing these 90% off sales. And so like if you're someone who's just getting started and just want to get your feet wet with the prop space, like it's a good place to start because you're not going to lose a lot of money. Granted, the trailing drawdown obviously is not your friend, but definitely a good prop to like just understand how to use Tradeovate. If you wanted to connect it to your trading view, get used to that. Just be able to get a little grasp on the prop
It's a
rules.
cheap way to get your feet wet, and
For
now
sure.
now it has end of day drawdown, which is
Yeah.
awesome. And they also changed it from 8 trading days to 5 trading days to get a payout. It's really, honestly, I'm really happy because it's basically they listened to what people wanted. And now, like, they want to get rid of basically denying people payouts. They don't want there to be any confusion, so that there's a whole new dashboard and it will literally tell you if you have any trading violations, and you'll be told right away if there's any sort of soft breach that's going to happen. Maybe they'll just take off. Oh, they don't like that. You accidentally hedged, let's say,
Hmm.
one account versus, oh man, I was long in micro NASDAQ in one account, and while I was short in the 19 others, because maybe your copy trader just bugged out or something and they flagged that. So then they'll just delete the profits for that one day and let you continue trading, and there's no like payout denial. It's already ahead of time. So they don't want to have any more payout denials essentially. So like once you see that eligible like request payout, you'll get it.
Yeah, I might have to go grab a few accounts.
Might as well. Now it's 85% off for end of day trailing and 90% off for the live trailing.
Yeah, that makes it what, the cheapest prop right now?
Yeah, because the thing is like, yeah, you can there's an activation fee later, but it's the cheapest entry. So then you can blow like a few evals while you're figuring out your strategy or figuring out the new environment. And then, when you're ready to activate it, then you'll have that. So instead of paying for all of it up front, and then, it costs a lot more money if you're paying more upfront before you even pass the eval.
Yeah. Guys, we're talking about Apex.
Yeah, Apex, the new products. If you already have like legacy products, the old stuff, nothing changes. You can still renew, reset, and like pass those. You just can't buy any more legacy products going forward. But yeah, they don't want to do any more payout reviews, any more payout denials, no more MAA rule, no more 5-to-1 risk rule. The consistency rule also is bumped up from 30% to 50%. So one day of profits can't exceed 50% of your total profits. Before it was 30%. So this is a lot better. And yeah, everything's like basically built in, so there's no confusion. There's built-in scaling already automatically. So if you want to take more contracts and you're not allowed, it just won't let you take it. And that actually protects you. I honestly think that, yeah, you shouldn't be. I mean, you see me and Salma, we're often taking micros because, I mean, this volatility, you could easily make $700, $800 on just a few micros,
Yeah.
$500, whatever it is. And that's plenty, especially if you have 20 accounts. It's a game changer. I like that because more competition in the prop space means it's better for the trader. Because then they're trying to compete with making it more friendly for the trader, for us.
Yeah, 100%. Oh my God, I'm eyeing shorts again here, but I don't want to do it going into this data in a minute.
Yeah.
A 5 minute
We have
looks good.
9:45. If we're gonna continue higher, I think that we should consolidate for a little bit here and maybe at 10 close above this. Yeah, 634 for ES and 24,783 for NASDAQ, something like that. Yeah. If we close above and invert these FEGs, I mean, I don't see why we are not going to go back to the overnight high, the 8 p.m. highs. And then maybe even fill the gap.
Yeah, I'll probably just sit and wait for that 4 hour to close. Just chill for a bit. Let's answer some of these questions. What does that mean that the eval is only valid for 30 days?
Okay. So before it was like you could trade for longer. Like, and if you didn't pass your eval yet in 30 days, you're going to get rebilled. But
Mm-hmm.
now it's like you're not going to get rebuild. Your eval is just going to, yeah, it's going to stop. It's going to, you have 30 days to pass it, which most people, pass it in a few days. So it's not going to really
So,
affect it. So the way there's no more recurring purchases essentially. So, but there's going to be bulk purchases. So you're able, it's so annoying to just like buy 20 accounts or reset 20 accounts. So now you'll be able to get a discount also if you buy in bulk. Mm-hmm.
okay, but so like if your 30 days, your account expires, you can just go buy another one. So it's the same.
Yeah.
It's really not a big
Mm-hmm.
deal. Okay. And then anyway, anyone taking 30 days to pass an eval, it's like,
It's
I
well in
don't,
the minority. I think like 95% of people
you
pass in a few
either
days.
pass it or you blow it. Like you need to just,
Yeah.
you got to get moving. And 30 days, in my opinion, is too long. Waste
Yeah,
some
just
precious time.
yeah, I think time is important. I'd
Yeah.
rather just, fail it quickly, fail fast and fail, often, as they say, right? That's the best way to learn anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Real quick, stupid username check says, when are they announcing the results of the drawing for the lifetime lottery? They already
When
announced 5 earlier this morning at around 9 a.m., so like 47 minutes ago. And then they are giving away one more. I don't know when that
when
one
Jim
is.
Cagnina comes on,
Okay, so at the end of the day, they'll announce that one
at the end
more.
of like this yeah. Is
Yeah.
that when is his segment again? Is it in the beginning of the afternoon session or is he going to come on at the end of this session?
It's either gonna be at 2 p. Okay, wait, hold on.
Protection
Actually,
will let us know.
at the end of this afternoon stream. So, oh, just after the close. Okay, so yeah, at the end of the day.
Okay, cool. Are you on this afternoon, Salma?
No, no doubles for me on Mondays, only Thursdays.
How
But
about Thursdays?
I'm on tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh
Four
wow, okay.
days, 4 days in a row.
Cool.
Yep. What about you? Wait, you come
I'm
back
on this
this,
Wednesday with you
yeah.
on the afternoon, I believe. Yeah. I honestly thought last Wednesday I was gonna be on. And then I told my chat in the morning and then I looked at my calendar. I was like, oh no, that's next Wednesday.
You should have still came on.
No, I said in the chat, I was like, hey, good luck. Just letting you know I'm not gonna be I'm on next Wednesday, but
That's
have a good
funny.
stream.
That's really funny. This 850 level on NQ is a monster of a level. So far, we've just been closing below it on the 5 minute.
The close your eyes and long type of day.
Apparently,
Pumped up 280 points. Honestly, though, I don't. Yeah, we're back. We're reverting back to the mean. Who would have thought, chat? Like, it's what we've been doing.
who would have thought? Not me.
Yeah, we just pumped way past that previous weekly low. And then moved another 200 points.
Are you talking about Apex Trader funding or Apex Futures?
Apex Trader funding.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. I think there's a video game also called Apex. I don't know.
Oh, there is, yeah.
Definitely
So
pops up if I Google it. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
it's a shooting video game. Okay, great. Trump has a 11 a.m. event at the White House. So something
Okay.
to keep an eye on, chat, for later in the day.
Okay.
We got that 10 a.m. data, and then he'll speak at 11. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ryan. Medal of Honor ceremony. That's what he'll be talking about.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we're approaching a fib level
All
I
right, so
have here.
the
My
Apple
next,
is the iPhone 17e. What even is the E?
I don't know, but I think they just dropped like an affordable MacBook too.
Okay, that's what it is. Interesting.
Damn, Nick is long. Dude, where was the signal?
Uh-oh. Yeah, it looks like ES just hit that 8 p.m. high, the overnight high. Mm-hmm. 68.57.
Yeah, I have a fib level there, and then my next level on NQ is 923. Hmm. Let's see, Russell's trying to pull back a little bit here. Everything really has hit a little bit of resistance. But Tanya, this is what you said you wanted to see, right? You want to see a little bit of consolidation.
Yeah.
Just sucks
But
that
we
we
honestly
have.
did pump almost up to the overnight high for NASDAQ. But honestly, I think that will end up filling the gap like for this strong
Oh, how far up did we get to that gap on your
75%
fibs?
for
Wow,
NASDAQ, yeah. ES just above 50%.
that's freaking ridiculous. Redonkulous, as the kids say.
Redonkulous. Let's see.
Lunch team literally showed up and bought the dip again.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see my tweet last night? I like tweeted, I know you guys always make fun of me for the way I say his name. Kramer, whatever. He tweeted about the market and I said, did he just save us again? He's the reason why the market pumped, guys.
Mm-hmm.
He said, where are the bears?
Who said that?
Um, Kramer.
Uh,
Kramer.
it's Kramer, yeah, you and your Kramer.
Kramer. Bro, it just sounds better. Man, dude.
Oh, I see it. And you put the the frog,
Yeah, the hopium.
hopium.
Hopium. I didn't say creamer, I said crammer. Crammer like crayon. No. But yeah, that was funny. Um, guys, I really hate the fact that we have data in 5 minutes. It's making me a little hesitant about taking a
10
trade.
a.m. data. 10 a.m.
Will it be a real mover though? Will it be?
Probably.
Time to short and pray. No, don't do that. That's praying.
Oh,
Praying
that's
is not a trading
that's
strategy,
your long
guys.
signal. The local bottoms in. Okay.
Dead.
10 a.m. ISM manufacturing. Hmm.
Your signal is always doing the opposite of what X is doing. Do the opposite of X, guys.
Oh, the X sentiment. Yeah. Definitely. Row. All right, let's see.
Russell is super wiki this morning in comparison to the other indices. Very wiki.
Is it? Wow. I honestly don't look at Russell too much. It looks okay on the 15-minute.
Yeah. Winston, did you get that from me, or have you been doing that from before? So I've mentioned that a couple times on stream. It's a cheat code.
Which part?
Just inversing your charts.
Oh yeah, to be more comfortable with longing or shorting, be more comfortable with shorting. That's smart.
Yeah. I mean, you could do it for either way because some people, it just depends on which way you lean when you, like, when I first
True.
started to trade, I was always a bull because I
Yeah,
had this
I think most
misconception,
people.
had the misconception that, markets always go up. Not the
Well,
truth, okay?
when did you start trading? It was like 2020. During that time, that was true.
Yeah,
0% interest rates.
yeah,
So
but I
yeah,
was,
I think a lot of people started trading during that time, and they have a similar
yeah,
thought process.
it was a very, very toxic mentality. Um, but yeah, so I learned the hard way that that is not the truth, and markets do go down. But an easy way to be able to just like get comfortable with just spotting it on the chart. I would always have an issue spotting it on the chart. Just inversing my scale. And now it looks like, wow, long wick from the bottom. This looks really bullish. Price should go up. When in reality, price should be going down, right? Like it's just very easy. How do you do that on TV? You just click this the settings thingy and then invert scale. Or you can also hit Option plus I. I think it's Option. Yeah, Option and I.
Hmm.
If you're on MacBook, Option and I. And
Oh,
then if you're on anything else, it's Alt I. There you go. It just makes things so
looks
much
wild.
cleaner. Yeah. I don't know. It helped me a lot.
Mm-hmm. Totally. This is the NWOG gap fill. NWOG fill is close here.
Mm. So price on ES is sandwiched right now between previous day low and this fib level here at 56. Shall see.
Yeah, news in 2 minutes, folks. News in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have Nasdaq did not take out that overnight high yet. That I could see that working out for the bears if that's like the start of the reversal.
Wait, did ES?
Yeah, yes, did.
Would this be SMT?
Yeah,
Ooh.
potential. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it's too bad we
Potential.
have
But
news.
if we just pump, we could be 1 minute away from taking it out though, if Nasdaq
Yeah.
60-point candles. So, it's quite interesting there but honestly, I think it will. I mean, I think we're super, super strong there. See in the next minute how we end up closing, but yes is above, Nasdaq's above all my levels. We're about to invert this. So I would think that any retracement is like a retracement to go higher. So we're above the previous weekly low. But you could short it for sure for like, honestly, like 80 points, it would work. Totally could work.
Yeah, I think today would be
Short.
a very good day for scalping since the moves will be large.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I fixed all my charts.
News in 10 seconds.
Let's see. We also gonna look at the 4 hour, see how that candle closes.
Yep. Just closed. Really, really bullish. Pretty much. Okay. We could have a retracement now. Let's see. I wouldn't mind 10 a.m. Yeah, sweeping 938 low.
930 low?
938 low, not 930. That would be
Oh,
that would be wild. No, I'm thinking like come back to the 786s on NASDAQ. With 15-minute FEG there.
I
5
see.
minutes is so huge though.
It looks like we're flagging here.
See, okay, we're dropping at 10 a.m.
Okay, Craig says ISM came in better than expected.
Noted.
Still a very muted move.
I don't know. We moved 60 points in a minute. I guess now that's muted. Right now.
Yeah. I mean, in comparison to the price action we've been having lately, yeah, muted. But on a regular day, yeah, this would be nice.
Totally. What's the ATR recently? Let me check.
The way you check it, is it for the entire day or is it differ depending on the time frame you're on?
It'll change but I just go on the daily. It depends on which time frame you're on, yeah. And it'll
Oh,
just
okay.
take that. So I just go to a daily then to see the daily ATR.
Gotcha.
It's 465 for NASDAQ.
That's crazy.
And for ES, it's 96. And so far, we've moved on the day 425 points about.
So we're basically at like 90%.
Yeah. And ES has moved like 93 points.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Did you learn today? What are you talking about? For what?
Hmm?
I guess we should have longed the retest of the 9 EMA on the 5 minute.
Wonder if XYZ did that. You guys do the same thing.
You'd be up 20 points on ES if you did that.
When did it return to it? Like 10?
Yeah, right, for the
Okay.
data.
Fair enough.
If you
fair
wanted to risk it for the biscuit.
enough. We are consolidating.
Yeah.
ES actually new high day. So let's see. The 10 a.m. open was here.
NQ is really the only one not making new highs. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
it could bounce on the 10 a.m. open right now, actually. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised. Kind of is, it just did. I'm willing to try that then. Because it's bounce on the 10 a.m. open.
Oh, there's your new highs.
Yeah. put stop below the 10 a.m. open. Thinking.
What are you thinking of doing?
We already hit the new high, but it looked pretty good. It bounced right at the 10 a.m. open. Like
Yeah,
that would have
this
been a
is
scalp scenario then.
this is
But I do think we're gonna fill up to the NWOG, so. Hmm. But I'm just thinking out loud about. Yeah, I honestly think that this next hourly is also going to be bullish. We just dropped at the 10 a.m. open. Took out really little sell side, but pretty much remaining strong. Came back to retest the 10 a.m. open, bounced up to new high day. Let's see now what we do here. We're going to stay within this and remain bullish here. I think it's
man.
very possible to I mean hold that, the 10 a.m. low there.
Should you get out of longs? Honestly, no. Don't. If you have a good entry, just hold. Just hold. Doesn't seem like we're coming down. We could just continue to grind higher here, keep riding the 9 EMA up.
Mm-hmm.
I might actually try a retest of the 9 EMA to go long. It looks like the Russell and the Dow are what's pushing us higher here. Yeah, yep, Cooper, yep. RTY taking the lead.
Wait, yeah, so now ES is stronger actually. It's quite interesting.
Like the next level that I
Might just
have
take
on ES is 20 points from here at 68.89.
yeah,
And that's not that crazy. We
that's a
just
year.
pushed 20 points in 5 minutes, so
We could get back to the yearly open, yeah.
yep. Jeez. I think NQ
I
starts
think I would be
participating in
pretty
this.
interested if ES retraced to like 68.57s.
Yeah. What are you waiting for? Waiting for an entry instead of just longing the top? Dow is coming to a fib level I have here at 955. See what it does there. Globex gap fill is 68.73, Jim says. There it is, filled. I can't believe that.
All right.
Guys, who would have thought we would open up, fill the gap, push like this off the open? You
I'm
guys
sure some
can
people bought that, took longs right there at the open after that big first candle.
you guys can
Congrats
thank
if you
my
did.
hopium tweet.
Thank you, Jim Cramer, for calling the bottom, for calling the bottom.
Kramer.
Uh-oh, no.
Wait, now I gotta do a follow-up tweet on that. Hold on. Someone in the chat said this is a common play. Research it. We're on the brink of potentially World War III. This is a common play. I don't know what's common about this, I'll be honest. My RTH ES gap is at 68.85. What do you have? Let me see. Yeah, I have 68.83. 68.80s, I would say you're good. Yeah, fiber optic. Yeah, I agree. Gaps do get filled. That is common, but I mean, right off the open, right when we have, news headlines, brink of war.
I'm willing to buy ES if it retraces to 57.50.
Yeah, I like that same level. Have that as a fib. 52 right now is where the 9 EMA is on the
57,
5-minute.
75, I mean, yeah.
Mr. Monopoly, I know wars are typically bullish. Guys, we're talking initial reaction off of the open. Come on. Typically, market gets skittish and then it becomes bullish.
Well, I don't think that this volatility is gonna go anywhere anytime soon, so there's plenty of time left, you know.
Here's NQ at that 923 level I was talking about earlier. See what happens.
Yeah, my limit fill on ES if it decides to give a little retracement, we'll see. It's definitely leaving it open right now, but if I get
You're gonna trade ES.
yeah,
You're gonna come to the dark side.
because honestly, yeah, it broke the new hive day with displacements with FEGs, so and yeah, it started being stronger than the Nasdaq since 10 a.m. right?
Mm-hmm.
Nasdaq 10 a.m. like broke just a really small low, like 953 is low. ES didn't, and then we just popped back up. It's kind of wild, yeah. Oof, the NWOG fill has just happened. Yeah, we just can't come back to where we closed on ES. Yeah, where we closed at 4 p.m. I mean at like 5 p.m. At 5 p.m. How much more to the RTH gap? It's 884. Okay.
Yeah, a couple more points.
About 9 more points. Yeah. Oh, I look at honestly like where the RTH gap, just like the closure of the candle. I think you look at like the low of the candle. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like wick to wick, but
Mm-hmm.
it's all relatively the same.
Mm-hmm.
I like that level though. I think I would do like 53, but that number can change as the 9 EMA moves up higher. I might set a limit with you.
Okay.
Gonna see what we do though. Okay, YM's at 955 soon.
What's at the YM?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a 955 level on YM. YM Russell have been leading, so just want to see if we do get any sellers there. Okay, I'm setting my limit on ES for 54. Gonna change that though as the 9 EMA moves.
Okay. On the 5 minute or the
Yeah,
2 minute?
yeah, 5 minute. Yep,
Okay.
James.
I like that.
Yeah, it's right around the same level that you have as well. Guys, while we wait for the market to do something, just a reminder that we are giving away one more NinjaTrader lifetime plan. The winner of that will be announced at the end of the day by Jim. In the pin message, you can just click the link, make sure you sign up. Don't lose anything by doing it. They're being generous enough to give one more away, so make sure you take advantage while you can.
All right.
Who
I
won
love
the first
giveaways.
5?
I
What is
love
it?
giveaways. I love giveaways. They're so
I
fun.
know.
Yeah,
I-
we could get a bit of a retracement here. I think that would be great if we do. I have my limits in.
Yeah, I'm gonna move mine up a little bit now, exactly to that 57 level. 9 EMA went up a little bit. Coincides with that fib level as well. Um, I wasn't here before when you guys did all the giveaways for 150K for the
Oh
subs.
yeah, that was
I'm
fun.
I'm excited for the 200K.
Oh yeah, I gave away a monitor. Oh yeah,
Really?
200. Yeah, yeah. I basically literally like the
Nice.
same monitor that I use.
Oh, very nice.
Like ultra fine 4K like type monitor.
Oh, wow. Are you planning on
LG.
giving anything away for 200K?
Oh yeah, of course. Where are we at right now, actually? I feel like we're close.
190. I checked this
Oh
morning.
wow.
Yeah.
It's growing. That's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Mookins, to see who won the first 5, you can rewind the stream and go to 9 a.m. So like an hour and 18 minutes ago. Anthony announced the winners.
Yeah, I think production has it. They pasted it in the chat last time. I'm sure they'll just paste it again. Yeah, 5 people won, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then one more person will win this afternoon. Jim got a bonus. Jim will announce it.
There you go. They just dropped the 5. Cool. Looks like YM is just on a tear here. Give us the pullback.
I don't know if we're gonna get a full bag. We'll find out. But
It's looking like we might.
one could hope.
Got an edge alert.
Yeah.
Andre, don't worry. I can wait all day. I'm
Oh yeah,
very,
she'll
very
send me a
patient.
text message with her current positions like later on in the day.
Dude, we get off stream and then something happens. I just text Tanya. I'm like, screenshot. Screenshot.
All right, let's see if we'll get filled.
We just got a headline come out.
Oh, really?
Dropped it in chat. Trump won't rule out U.S. troops in Iran if necessary.
Okay.
Oh, look at the 15 minutes, see how we're looking.
Bullish. What does it look like?
Well, I want to see how we close, but like currently on the Dow, the way it's looking like a doji right now could potentially be a reversal. But again, on days like this, anytime you think it might reverse, it just gets bought right back up. So,
Blows up in your face.
yep.
Been there.
Yep, guilty. All right, here's the pullback starting. Oh, now chat's bearish. Chat, I don't
Uh-oh.
understand you guys. You guys confuse me.
Uh-oh. Because we put our limits in, they want to fade us.
Yeah, right? Someone said SMT on the 15. Is that true, Tanya? Is this true?
I don't really see what they're seeing. Nope.
Could it be because
I think
ES
just
made new
maybe
highs?
considering that like Nasdaq didn't fill the new week opening gap yet, but like the highs themselves, no.
Gotcha.
Here, I'm gonna be interested to see where Nasdaq does if it retests the 10 a.m. open. I mean, I would think that it could kind of run out the stop from that 10:03 low and then maybe bounce again. If it's going to be any good for more bullishness, it should bounce around that 10 a.m. open.
I
And then
like 850 for
it's held
NQ.
soon, probably. Mm-hmm. I'm like watching this. If I don't get filled in ES, but Nasdaq hits that like 10 a.m. open and we bounce, then I'll just buy it.
Oh, what?
Oh
We just
Lord.
no, we
And maybe,
no.
maybe, maybe the next leg will still
That
continue lower.
that low literally wicked the 90 MA. Oh my goodness. Instant 10 points. Sheesh. That's brutal.
That's pretty brutal, yeah.
I don't know if I like it if it comes back down though. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm canceling that. I'm not sure if I like it if it comes back
I still
down.
like it if it comes back down.
Yeah.
Come to mama.
That was brutal.
I'm anticipating if I do get filled, it could come all the way back to 68.53.
What do you have there?
Like that's where there's a 1 minute FEG. I mean, that's where the FEG starts out at the low of it, and it's that close to that 10 a.m. open at ES essentially. Yeah, 68.53 is a 10 a.m. open. I'm just kind of visualizing if I think that the next candle on the hourly is going to be bullish. I do think that we're still going to go up. You know, it's been pretty bullish. Like we shouldn't get back below the 10 a.m. low.
Mhm.
The 10 a.m. open was pretty volatile. Some people out on the downside before it came back up. And NASDAQ at, 10:03 bounced right at that 10 a.m. open. Just gonna stick with this, and I would look for it to go to 68.84s.
Yeah, I like 68.89.
Mhm.
But 84 is what the full gap fill, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me.
So
Let me see, 89s. Mhm.
I also like your stop too, because that's what I had previous day low.
Mhm.
It's a good stop. I just don't like, if we got filled on that long, we wouldn't want it to come back down, which is why I kind of canceled that order.
I'm kind of thinking like it might have made an equal low, and some people are trailing to that low now. I can buy their
Yeah.
stops. That's my thought process. I just want to buy their stops if so. If it wants to come lower, and I'll just take the risk.
Tanya thinking like an MM.
You have to. You gotta.
Yeah, Magnus, I'm using this indicator. It's called MA Ribbon. And I don't know why I really have it, but it gives you the option to do more. I just used the 90 MA. I can drop the link too in the chat for you.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I don't know if that's the link for it. Wait, how do I get the link? Feeling like a boomer.
I'm
Okay, I
really
don't know,
close to
guys.
getting
I'm sorry.
filled, like 2 ticks away. Bum 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 bum.
I mean,
It's teasing me, chat. It's teasing me. I'm not worried because as soon as you hit that buy market, then it's gonna be like,
yeah.
okay, here we
Yep.
go. Here we go. I got, and then I wouldn't be surprised if I'm like in drawdown for 1 or 2 minutes. By the way, could be just digging here. Yeah.
Well, you have everything trying to drop except the Russell is pushing on this 5-minute candle, so the longs can work. Russell's been leading.
Yeah, we'll find out. No risk, no Rari.
This
No
is
risk, no
true.
Rari. I like that one. Wait, was that me? Oh yeah, finally.
Oh wait, I thought that
I
was
got
you
what
right
I
now.
wanted. I did. Yeah. That was a clip production, a soundbite.
Bro, that sounded so real. Oh my goodness.
Because it is real. It's me.
Well, I thought it was right now.
But it was crisp audio, yeah.
I'm sitting here agreeing with you.
I thought it was you at first. Okay, cool.
Bro, I'm
Okay,
dead.
and Nasdaq just is at that 10 a.m. open again. I think that this is going to be pretty important. If we, wick this, it'll be great for the longs. Nasdaq is wicking that 10 a.m. open right now. Yeah, swept below that 10:03 open where it did, for the first time bounce there. So I like that look. Swept like some, people trailing stops too much. So far I have a wick here and the ES looks pretty good. So we'll find out soon enough whether I made the right decision.
Let's see what we just got. The 30-minute candle close as well as the 15. A 30-minute looks dicey on ES and Q, but it looks pretty decent on the Dow and the Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones you want to see.
So far, I've not been in much drawdown at all. Thought I would be for like a couple minutes. So this is a good reaction for me right now. But I would like nice green up close candles. It could struggle here a little bit back and forth and then maybe curl back up would be great.
Yeah, let's see. I think you just want to see the 5-minute hold this 56 level. You don't want to see us close below.
For ES, yeah, 50, 55.
Oh,
68, 55.5, yeah. Ideally. Okay, here we are digging again into this. This is fine. I like these wicks. I like these down wicks. Looks good to me. Let's see. 3 minutes left in this. Honestly, don't want to hang around here too much, too long, but yeah, this still looks good to me. That's why I'm happy I didn't chase.
yeah, it looks decent so far. Oh. Um,
See what we do.
Tape just picked up here.
What picked up?
The tape, I'm watching ES sellers starting to step in a little bit here. Yeah, Trump is talking, so he's just gonna.
Oh, he's speaking.
Yep, he is speaking.
Okay, so
It's either he's speaking or he's typing, but
we're back below that 10 a.m. open now on Nasdaq. I'm just gonna cut my trade then right now, and I'll be fine to re-enter if we like have maybe an inversion or something. But right now, you said Trump speaking. I'll take a half loss there. I'd rather do that. Like we closed below 10 a.m. open right now, so I didn't want to do that to happen. And on the 5, we're about to invert that potentially.
yeah, I mean this could
I
wick
see a
back up, but it's
potential.
just
I mean,
yeah.
I'm canceling it because I see a potential short developing. I broke this
Yeah.
little swing low. Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, guys, he speaks at 11, but there are headlines coming out right now. Maybe Craig can share in the chat. But This is moving quick. This is, wow. What's this Andre guy about in this chat? This guy, every time he types in the chat, is always like, Salma, 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 Salma.
Uh-oh.
Why are you so obsessed with me? No, I'm joking. Yeah, I know he is. RR.
They're saying Trump's speaking right now, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's typing, speaking.
Okay.
Seems like he might be talking because it's coming from a CNN interview. I'm not sure, but there are things coming out. I mean,
Yeah.
if you check the chat, Craig is posting them.
I think we're oh my gosh, I'm like so ready for, like I feel like we're about to see like
Oh yeah.
another big candle soon. Let's see this hourly here. It's 10:36. Yeah, I wanted us to really get going back above that 10 a.m. open. Otherwise, yeah, we're not. We could just retrace deeper into these inversions. So if we break a high, I think if we would break like the 1034 candle to the upside, then I'd be pretty much interested in coming back, trying longs again.
I think they might drop this to 43 on ES.
I think I'll literally put a buy stop at that candle, to be honest. Let's see. It's 30-second. Yeah, if we get back up there, honestly, Nasdaq's starting to look a little bit better. Is that weird?
It is because it's holding that 850 level. It's
Right.
just been clinging on to it. Yeah.
Like, I think I'm gonna just enter Nasdaq.
Go back to
Just
your all reliable.
All reliable is funny.
All reliable.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Dude, we almost have 2,000 people watching. Holy.
I have to get back into Nasdaq. All right, I'm in.
Wow.
I'm in the Nasdaq. I'm just gonna put a stop at that last low. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. NWOG fill is at here. I'm long from the 90s. NWOG fill is there, but what else did I want to look at? Yeah. It could definitely squeeze up to like up here 25,000. So I don't want to take that out of the equation. Let me put up my NASDAQ trade. The reason behind is we got back above the 10 a.m. open. We basically were breaking that like little swing high where we rejected from earlier at 1035. So and I don't want it to retrace again. Like I'm thinking, I'm thinking this 10 a.m. candle should be expansion and close very green. So I don't want it to come back down again near the opening of it. And yeah, I'm just gonna ride some momentum up if it is. Okay.
15-minute candle inverted. Looks good.
Okay, NWOG fills pretty much around new high a day. I'll take a partial there if we get there. But I anticipate if we could get up to 25,000. I mean, it's a pretty round even psych level. It's near the midnight open of Friday, I believe, and it's like the afternoon, the 3:45 high from Friday. I think it'll be important to see how we react at new high of day then.
Yeah, I mean, we're really close to a new high on the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what she's saying, yeah. New weekly
like
open
this.
gap, right? That's what that means?
New week opening gap, yeah.
Yeah.
What's I trying to do? Okay, yeah, we're fine. All right, I like that little wick down here, that FEG, the 1 minute. It'd be great to now see more green up close candles and some more momentum come step in. ES looks good as well. Like I would be long ES if like just same type of vibe, to be honest. But NASDAQ just looks stronger. It perked up.
Yeah, they definitely
Yes, it
switched
didn't.
in strength.
Yeah, something what tends to happen nowadays during the session. All right, I'll have an alert if we'll be watching if we hit new high day here.
Back at that 923 on NQ.
Mm-hmm. We have 2,000 people watching. Awesome. Hit that like button. Helps out the stream. Give your girls some likes.
Yeah, we're almost at 2K. River Rock probably not gonna short today.
All right, I'm happy for my entries on NASDAQ. Yeah, we pretty strong recently. So it would be great, you guys, to see another strong 15-minute candle here. Yeah, in the next 15 minutes before 11. Yeah, from 10:45 to 11. I don't really see much stopping us. I do think that this probably, yeah, this might have stopped out some people, came down again and again. Maybe it's time to move up higher now.
What's your TP?
Well, I want 952 at least. But I think that we could get to potentially, I'll definitely hold runners, and we could get to let me see this level, 25,022.
I like 25,063.
Hmm,
I know it sounds a little
I like
crazy,
it.
but yeah, I think if ES can hit 68.89, then yeah, I definitely see NQ going another 130
I mean,
points from
I
here.
could even see us going to 25,100.
Yeah, previous day high. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Plus, he's speaking at 11, so he could pump the market.
Right, but I think it's a medal ceremony, right?
Yeah, but he tends to go off.
Say some other things, yeah.
Yeah.
I like how the 5-minute looks good. All right. Now I'm just gonna sit and wait.
Yeah, it does look good. The 15 looks really good on ES. Mm-mm. I don't think this reverses UI.
Mm-hmm.
RR, you need to be paying for real-time data. That's why you have a lag.
Love to see us go through the ceiling, you guys. We'll see. We're definitely consolidating near the high of day for NASDAQ. Yes, yeah, I'm happy because ES is still like 8 points, actually 10 points away from its new high of day. Mm-mm-mm.
Love to see ES come down a little bit.
To where, which level? Like maybe
That same 56 level, just 10 points from there.
Okay, yeah, I could see it coming down to 58, 50
Yeah,
potentially, but I prefer it not to because it feels like there's
of
some
course.
potential momentum. Feels like there's some potential momentum. That's where we kind of just quickly got a bid in. So we'll find out. I would like to see NASDAQ like take out the roof here.
The roof is on fire.
It's 1 minute. It's 50 seconds. So I mean, 40 seconds left in this 1 minute candle. Let's see.
There you go. You're about to get your new highs. There it is.
Yeah. All right, that's the end walk, everybody. Okay, that first target is hit, so I took partials. Now I'm just gonna trail, honestly. I think that
Dude,
uh
hold.
yeah, I'm gonna hold my runners. It's kind of a weird, awkward wick there though. Let's see how this closes. Oh, closed down here and ES didn't make a new high. No bueno. Hmm. Could come back down basically around my break even here. This 24,993.
Give that retest. Come on.
Yeah, I could see ES going to 68, 58, 50.
Yeah, I set a limit there at 57. See, I really like the way the 50 is looking for continuation higher.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my stop like pretty much below the 10 a.m. open. So I've trailed it a little bit there. I also don't think we should even really come back below here.
I think as long as 850 gets held on NQ, you should be fine.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much where my stop is, 850. Um, I'm gonna put my stop below back there because honestly, I'm just looking at how these things are wicking. I'm actually okay with holding or OG stop and yeah, holding to perhaps see that 25,000 level, 25,020, you know?
Yeah, it would even be better for you if 923 becomes that support. And we just hold that, go higher. Russell's trying to push here. Just made new highs on the day.
Trying to think about where did 3PD areas fail. This would be like swing low, FEG, and then OB here. Yeah. It's the same thing though. Okay. And 10 a.m. open. All right. Yeah, this does look good if it's making a new high soon. That'd be great. Mm-mm. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Fireball. I don't know why that's in my head. Were you singing that earlier?
No. I was singing The Roof's on Fire.
Oh, okay.
Is that same song? No, I don't think so.
I don't know. I like that we've been consolidating near the high of day. For NASDAQ, ES needs to wake up. Maybe it's gonna retrace to 5850s, and which would mean like NASDAQ could potentially retrace to my break even, or even 78, 79.50 level. 879.50. But honestly, like I said, the hourly. Yeah, I don't think what time is it? It's 10:52. I guess I'll just see what happens at 11 here.
Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna stall and wait.
$10.50 macro. We'll find out, chat. We'll find out. Yeah, I'm watching this hourly right now. Not my favorite. 5 minutes. What I don't like, yeah, I'm sure everyone's saying SMT at the high. Yeah, NASDAQ, that's where I took my partials, and ES did not make a new high there. But which means honestly, but for me, that's why I'm expecting this to be a retracement rather than it to take out that low. So that's why I'm kind of just in this still. If we close below, if NASDAQ like closed below like 870s, I'll be slightly concerned.
Yeah, I just filled on my longs here.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's where just like I said, we might come back to my break even level, but I did not put stops at break even just because I honestly am still bullish.
Looks good. The only thing, like, obviously ES didn't make new highs. Neither did the Dow.
Okay. Yeah, but maybe now it's picking up the orders to go there. Your order, I picked up your order.
My prop order.
I mean, like it's also putting some like taking out maybe some sell stops at that little local low. I don't know. We'll find out here how this goes.
Yeah, I think we're just consolidating a little bit here ahead of Trump speaking.
Oh yeah, Trump's gonna speak.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Magnus, no, I don't use the 1 minute chart. 5 is typically like the lowest I'll go on. Do have an aggressive target though of 89. I would love to see us get up there. It's that February mid.
Fair.
Then we get up there, Tanya, you should get your 100. I like it.
My 100 points.
No, you're sorry, 25 100.
Oh, yeah, could definitely get there. 25,000, 22, 25,100, yeah.
Yeah. All right, decent bounce here.
Yeah, good bounce. Good entry for you. And I'm glad I didn't like trail a stop to break even or anything. So we
Yeah,
back for now. Let's see,
it's looking good.
10:56. Just gotta sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, right?
Yeah.
Get filled, you just gotta. Oh, that was a really good entry though. They were back up. You got your immediately up.
Thank
That
you.
retracement to the 5-minute 9 EMA.
No, actually, it was to that fib level that I have at 56.75.
What are your fib levels, by the way?
So I just drew from high to low and low to high. I just stacked my fibs. I did it from February's high to February's low, and then vice versa.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm wondering
yeah,
though, like which you use 0.5, 0.618, right? And
Yeah.
0.8786.
Yep.
Okay,
Those are the
Yep.
3 that I have on my chart. I have the other ones toggled off.
Cool.
But yeah, looking good so far. And then I am targeting 0.5, which is the February mid. Yep. Flash Golden, are you in?
Oh, he's always in my chats. What's up, Flash?
Flashy flash. Guys, let's get those likes up before Leo and Nick get on, before they take credit. They're not here to
What are we
defend
at?
themselves.
710 likes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's pump those numbers up. Yeah,
This
Mike,
looks
that's the
good.
spirit.
This looks good. I think that we should see more upsides soon.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, I based mine off of obviously ES is the one I entered, but if you were to invert the scale, right? So recently I've been a better short trader than I have been a long trader. So I will invert the scale just to see the opposite side of that. And in this looked like it looked like a really good entry for what would have been a short, right? Obviously a long. Basically came to retest that 9 EMA on the previous 15-minute candle. We have a long wick to the upside. It's at a key level, my fib level here. And then as far as my target goes, this looks like it just wants to go, right? It just looks like it wants to go lower. Inverse everything I just said, it wants to go higher. This just makes it easier for me to see. But that was my reasoning. Let's see if we continue. What up?
Good morning, my friends.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How's everybody?
It's pretty calm out there for the the news.
No,
What
Leo,
news?
this is a
Something
common
happened?
play. This is common, Leo. As per the chat, this is common action.
I mean, I would take calm.
No, common.
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 Oh, Nick was long, he said, right?
I'm
From
still
the-
long.
Awesome.
I'm still long from low of the day. Holding runners, trying to get better at doing
Awesome.
this.
Just
Nothing
don't post
shaking me out of
screenshots.
a move on a Monday like this. Just kind of was trailing up the VWAP the whole time, and we're still above it. So
You
hasn't
are.
really broken that structure of the session. So trying to
That's
get better at not fading trend days as well as, I mean, I could have probably added to on this a few times, but at least just letting the trade play out.
For
Whatever
sure.
you do not post a screenshot.
Oh, they're
It's a
going to come for me
screenshot
anyway. Don't worry.
Don't do it.
They will come for me.
Nick with the fresh cut.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
No hat, fresh cut.
Salma notices everything.
She does.
Guys, you guys are my friends. If I don't notice, who will?
Aw.
sure.
So wholesome.
I notice when Jim gets haircuts too.
Let me know when I get a haircut.
Well, we won't know because you're always wearing that hat.
Not for
I
long.
don't even know if there's hair under that hat then.
There's definitely hair.
Well, how'd
As
you guys
per
do
his-
this morning?
Go, Tanya.
What did Nick say?
How'd you guys do?
Did okay. Like, just caught my first long like pretty recently. Took some partials near the high of the day. Now I'm just still holding. Do you get happy when you see people joining your longs, Nick?
I do. If I'm already long and it's one of those where it's like I'm just gonna hold this until they come stop me out,
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, if people are jumping along the train, that makes me feel confident that this potentially is going to continue.
Mm-hmm.
I still, as a trader, need to work on there's been so many Mondays that are trend days like this, I guess, where
Mhm.
these little what happened? These little ads, like right here, this little excess kind of touch to the opening range high and the RTH VWAP right there. Like I normally just like would not enter on this if I'm like late. I'll just sit on my hands.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's you entering on something like that. I mean, that's something I need to get better at as a trader.
And that's great then that you recognize all that. Like you're really good with momentum plays. Are you a momentum trader?
No, I just happened to like something like that. We were kind of sitting on the lows of the
Mhm.
pre-market as well. We came back
Okay.
down and tested it and it rejected. So I just jumped
Yeah.
right in.
Yeah, that's where I can do better is like trading right at the open.
Yeah. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. That was one though, where it's like, if this is up and away Monday, kind of buy the dip on all the headlines from the weekend. I mean, this is going to be gone very quick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm still wondering if we're going to did we fill the gap or we got a little more to go on NQ?
On NQ, we did fill
We
like
filled it.
where we came all the way where we closed on at 5 p.m. on Friday. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we filled it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in theory, I can exit this. Probably
Yeah.
should.
Yeah, that's where my first target was, and I'm just kind of was like holding in case it does want to pump up some more. Because we have all those afternoon pretty equal highs at the afternoon high, I think. Afternoon highs of Friday.
All right, guys. I think me and
Yeah.
Tanya will dip into the chat.
Good
Yeah.
job.
Good luck. Good
trades.
trading. Have a good trading session, you guys. We are now starting to pump back up a bit. We'll see if we get some continuation.
Yeah. Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
See
Bye
ya.
bye.
Going on, brother.
Hey, man.
You know what? I got some new headphones. They're like I think they're the official like monitor type headphones you have.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't stand them.
They take a little bit getting used to. The sound is different, but I will say this: hearing you, it sounds better than normal headphones, and like just being able to, I don't know, I guess hear the stream more effectively or anything else that I'm pushing through my mixer. Like otherwise, it just doesn't sound clean for all the different sources. It kind of like unifies them as one source.
Yeah, it's weird because the music sounds great. Like I'm listening to music, sounds great, but when I hear myself, it's just not the same.
Oh, why don't you just remove the feedback of your own voice?
Nick, you would assume that I know how to do that.
Oh, well, maybe I'll help you. You've helped me so many times.
Oh,
I don't know what mixer you're using though, but we could probably figure it out.
I need a mixer because the one that I bought that you said was a Temu mixer. I think you were right because I plugged it in and it wasn't very reliable.
No, I think the audio brands, you get what you pay for, is what I've slowly learned. I'm sure Stowe and other people that are more audiophiles of sound and editing and stuff would probably agree.
Mm-hmm.
But we just came up to wick previous day close again. If we reject off this,
I'm going to jump in a short right here for that.
Might flatten this.
I mean, we're in a bit of a
runner.
Choppy range. Yeah, that's a great trade.
I covered the other two like way too early, like 100. Okay, wait, not way too early, like 100 points on the other two. But then this thing just kind of kept going. It's one of those like I was entered the trade, my stop was in, basically new low of the day, and I went to use the bathroom, left the desk, and I then went and get some water, and I looked, and I was like, oh no, did they stop me out? And no, I was still in this trade. I panicked because then I saw it was like 150 points higher.
Nice.
So I was like, oh God, they stopped me.
Am I still in it?
I'm like, I can't remember where my stop is. Where was my stop? I'm like, did I trail it already? So it worked. But yeah, I'm gonna exit this. It can run without me.
Gonna run without me too. Take a little stop out there.
Casual 300 point runner.
Let's go, man. That's a hell of a trade.
I'll take it. I'm done. I'm probably done for the rest of the day. That's for sure. It's a nice day. I'm gonna work on.
I'll definitely wait
stuff
for this magic box prior to close area.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be my next area of interest for a short. It would be nice to see this extend higher and then look for that trade. Give us some nice excess on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I would be super surprised if this just runs to the upside, but
I thought it would be more of a back and forth before we made the move, but
right.
I don't know. I also didn't think London was just going to hate capitalism or something and just sell us down all night. Waking up at 5 a.m. and seeing we were like trading at like in the 500s. I was like, what's going on? I'm like, I kind of want to buy this. Because every time I try to, I guess historically as a trader, try to start getting short on war accelerating headlines, it usually gets bought relatively quickly. So it's like I've been caught on the wrong side of that. The obvious read, thinking, oh, it's this is going to create uncertainty, so I should be looking to short high beta and equity like tech and swing into defensive names. It's like, no, that trade may happen one session or half a session, and then suddenly things are okay.
Yeah, war is bullish.
Yep. I learned that lesson in the Russia one.
Yeah,
when I was just I got pushed around trying to add into shorts, and it worked for like a session, and then it reversed fast.
I remember, I think AJ and I were trading that day together in OFL, and I was like taking longs, and AJ just kept getting stopped out short. And I think that day lives forever in his brain. It's like not what you expect for a war scenario. War's good. War's good for banks. The beta, let's see. Got level 2, but the beta ran out. We'll have a new version that you can test. String B, if you want to send me a DM on Twitter, I can send you a link to it. The official one will be out. We're trying to get it out there. I would say in about a week or so. I have to make sure that the documentation is proper.
The DOM.
Yes.
Did we get a new version? I feel like I haven't played
A
with
real
it.
war will crash the market. Yeah. My Twitter is at Leo the Tiger. You miss it. String B. Yeah. We have to put expiration dates so that it's going to be pretty popular, right? So I don't want somebody to just take a beta version and it spreads out to the wildfire. Because then people might have a beta version that still needs to be bugged, bugs fixed. So that's why there's an expiration date on it.
Yeah, I had my own issues with bugs and friends helping and all that stuff this weekend. That's a whole, even just something simple that I have. It's amazing how many little issues you find.
We're going to touch Friday's close.
What is that?
998.
998. Yeah. Cooper, Claude, debug this. Make no mistakes. Fortunately, it's more complicated than that.
Claude's always found the magic bullet, but it's never the magic bullet.
Yep.
Or the smoking gun.
Oh, the amount of
Found
times,
the smoking gun.
The amount of times I'm like, hey, did you ever fix this? And he's like, oh, nope, my mistake.
We're back up in the middle of this distribution here.
Well, chat, good morning. Has everyone been trading this? Everyone
Nick's
have a good
finally
weekend?
saying hi 12 minutes in.
Well, I was talking to the girls. I was talking to you, getting my lay of the land.
Yes, done. Oh, hello. Pretty much the same thing.
Nick, what time frame are your metrics for VWAP, point of control, etc.? Everything here, I mean, the MGI, I think it speaks for itself. My VWAP is going to be RTH, and you see the 24-hour, and then I also look at the weekly VWAP as well. My volume profiles there is just the session, RTH. Yeah, my execution chart is like this. I pretty much focus on the weekly MGI and just basically what's relevant for the session.
Bit of aggressive selling in here. I'm gonna take another shot at this short.
I mean, if we lose the 70s here, you should at least get 30 plus points.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the stop a little more room. The volatility is a little higher, so
Screen is
don't
very
want to get wicked
scrunched.
out on just like a new high.
Yeah, there we go. There's that break. Let's see if we rotate down to 940s for Leo. Are we going to be stuck here for the rest of the day? No, I think we've got a good, decent
I don't know,
trade.
man. Nick's on stream. We're usually stuck when Nick's here.
I mean, if we were to poke above 25K, yeah, there's a very high probability we could just be stuck there without a new headline or something, but we are in purgatory. In fact, I would not be shocked if we're still in the same damn range on Thursday when I trade the open and have to explain to Deli that once again, we are trading in front of the same range and talking about the exact same prices and levels that I've talked about every Thursday morning with him for the last like month and a half.
Yeah.
Literally. Like this was like Thursday morning. This was like a Thursday morning, like all of these. It just never ends.
All right, we'll take a couple out for 20, just to secure some. I think at this point now, if we do make a new high, probably not a good trade to be in.
Dividend cake. I think Leo just said that there'll be a new version shortly.
Yeah. I'll get one out of ASAP. Give me a couple days, and I just need to communicate with the team on the best way to get it out there. The feedback on it has been great, and the beta has gone very well. We haven't really had any glitches. No major problems. There's been a few little quirks here and there that we've solved. But I think it's been fantastic. I've received zero negative feedback. I'll say that.
Yeah, I think everything we've asked for has just slowly been being added.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
There we go.
I mean, that was about as textbook of a simple short scalp ever right there. Broke that little node that was building up top and flushed to the value area high, which also happens to be the IB high.
Took one
and
off
now the
there.
point of control.
Kind of trying to hold this right here as support, like building new support. See if the sellers have anything to say. Never used a DOM before, and now I can't trade without it. I'm so glad that you found something that was that valuable to you. Cool glasses? Hey, man. I'm blind if I don't have them. Usually I have contacts in.
Yeah, I am also blind. I wear contacts just about every day. But
It's
I am
really
absolutely
bad.
blind. I really need to start using blue light glasses. like at the desk with my contacts if I'm not going to wear my glasses. And you get those fancy ones that Tanya has that have like the orange hue to it.
Yeah.
I think
These are
those
actually blue
better.
light blockers too.
Yeah, I think those are actually better for what we do.
Great trade, took 40 and 45 points. Nice. I'm going to take a 50 point here, and then I'll... I mean, kind of this is the target area, so yeah, I'm just going to go down to 1.
Yeah. Get down.
Thank you.
Kind of this little... Could come down to this little pocket here, too.
Yeah, down in here. The 900s. Yeah.
What just happened? All right, go to Leo's screen. What did I do? I broke something.
Are the devs taking any suggestions? The dev that I'm working with is definitely taking suggestions. But if you can send me a DM, we can. The first iteration may or may not have order execution. I know that you've seen a version that does. I'm just not sure. There may be a disclaimer or maybe a waiver that needs to be signed because it does deal with order execution. But TBD. That part of it has been just included in the beta for testing just to see, like, could we get it, working like flawlessly? And so far it does. So it would just be adding features and making sure that, you're using a different order execution system than what's built in. So I would just need to have the blessing of certain people to do that. But if we can, we'll for sure put it in there. When is Trump speaking? Do you guys know?
Speaking?
Well, somebody said he was late.
He's always late.
Are you white label routing our execution data through Citadel? That would be pretty cool, but no. I mean, that's like a Matrix type move. There's a war. He's going to be speaking a lot. Oh, thanks, Captain Obvious. When is Trump not speaking? Okay, fair enough.
Also fair.
How do you have the candle coloring like that?
Talking to me.
Maybe you. My delta map is off.
This is an OFL indicator called delta map. It repaints based on like delta extremes thresholds that I've set, and the gray bars are going to be kind of more 50-50 split, and then the blue obviously is more positive delta extreme, red more negative delta extreme. So it just helps me kind of visualize time and sales on a 500 volume based candle. What other markets are moving today? What is gold still parabolic? Yep. Silver fell off a bit. Oh, I guess gold did dump. Never mind. Oh, it was trading in 5400s in the pre-market. Damn. And I guess while we're still sitting here watching Leo's runner, did everyone register or enter for the final lifetime license that we're going to be giving away here on NT Live? We're going to announce the final winner during Trade the Close today. So if you have not had a chance to enter, or you missed last week's giveaway, I think we actually announced those in the pre-market this morning for those winners. So we're going to give away one final lifetime plan license. So link is pinned to the top of the chat, as well as just posted again by our lovely admins in the chat. So feel free to enter if you did not win one. And make sure you also are subscribed to the channel, because it's going to be an absolute freight train of fun as we head into year 2 of the new NT Live. Leo, I saw a video and it just made me laugh and think of the 1-year anniversary of us starting with Trading the Close on day 1. And it was one of the many moments on this show that I take it upon myself to find a way to make Leo break character. And that will continue in year 2. So I'm saving that one.
It's been a fun journey. And it's crazy that, myself, you, XY, Stowe, we all met through OFL many years ago. And it's just crazy that we're all like still hanging out together.
Yep.
Defying the odds.
I've said this before. The real wealth in trading is the friends you make along the way.
That's true. Nice little dump ski here.
I know. It got a little spicy there. I flattened the right spot, didn't chase this for another 50 points, 40 points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would have just gotten stopped out, trailing at a VWAP right there.
Could have touched that magic box and then go,
So if you short from the top ropes with Leo, this is a decent spot to lighten up, potentially cover, watching for a reaction here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a hell of an entry.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you missed it or you're tuning in or you weren't paying attention, once we broke this little 970s spot with some force, and Leo, I feel like I've short 960s, like 960s, 970s, like several times over the last months because we just refused to leave this range.
Yeah.
But that same person, some player, still likes to short that spot.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take my 100 points and call it a good trade. I think it does still have momentum. Thank you. To break some of the structure. Like, it's kind of that moment in time where I think it could be a good long, right? It's like getting to the bottom of this range. It's been pretty choppy, although choppy to the upside. But I think there's also a good momentum to continue, pushing this lower. What indicators the magic box? It's just I don't know. Is it indicator? I guess. Are lines indicators? It's just it's a secret little OFL tool that plots. It's called the V range. So essentially, there's kind of 2 areas of interest for the V range, and it's calculated based on the volatility of the markets. And so you have this V range high, V range low, and this is between these areas. You would expect price to revert, or kind of that's the behavior. So, what if we break the V range and start to flush back inside? You're kind of looking more for reversion type trades, like we'll stay in here, right? Once we get out of the V range, the idea is that we should remain more in a momentum state for the market. And so this is a pretty good example of that. It's just that, we broke out of the V range, went, and just rallied right through it, had no resistance here. And so for me, that's a mark to, kind of be cautious on the short side. And then up here, the magic box, as we call it, we say I don't know why we call it magic, but it's just a box. And it represents just a pretty large extension of the range, of the V range levels. And so it doesn't get tagged very often, but when it does, there's not usually, it's just an area of interest, but very often it's a great spot for a mean revert play intraday, even after a pretty large move. So for me, it's kind of like break out of the V range in this area, mainly try to go in the direction of the market. And then at these extremes, either take profit up here, maybe look for a reversal trade, which is what we got just a minute ago. And that's pretty much it. So they're just areas of interest, and they're pretty effective. So we joke around about this being the magic box up here. W, why are we putting W's in the chat? Is Kane here? Is Kane prompting everybody to put W in the chat?
Probably.
Just W. Fair enough. You were short from 957. Okay. Got that little pullback here. I like that. You were telling me a great trade. Oh, thanks, man. You closed before me. I mean, it's hard to hold a short when the market has obviously been very bullish.
It would get spicy, but not until we lose 800.
Found those buyers down there. So it's good
They
spot
did.
to cover.
That's why we said it. It's a good place to lighten up, potentially close it out. Which also, I mean, kind of going to the like value area low in that spot too, or high. I mean, there's a bunch of MGI sitting there saying, "Hey, maybe this is a spot."
Mm-hmm. Have you talked about your project that you're working on?
I have not yet. I was working on. I got some feedback from two people that don't know each other, completely separate, I guess, walks of life. That their one takeaway wish, at least from skimming my project, was some things can be wordy. So more of my custom like charting visuals that I'm building,
Visuals
like to explain it. Like,
visuals
okay,
and videos, like a video, if you want to dial it up like 10, just do some video animations.
that's been the toughest part. If you guys don't know, I know 99% of people weren't invited to the kind of private preview that I was doing for feedback and bug fixes and stuff. But I chose to not use any screenshots from charts. I tried to differentiate and make it my own look and feel to explain things. You can kind of get exactly what you want. Otherwise, I got to do replay mode and like find the perfect example, and it still may not be exactly what I want.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just looks like I'm like copy pasting, things. It doesn't kind of fit the whole vibe, which is the point. So, I've been trying to go through and find good ones that make sense to kind of visually show it. And still, some of the examples I'm building are simplistic examples, but it helps at least reframe the content in written form and at least a visual way to think about it, so that you can start to see it maybe in your next few trading sessions or whatever. You start to understand what I'm talking about, because here's a very 101 level visual of it, but this is kind of what it looks like.
Yeah.
Nothing is more complicated, and I wish I had maybe this 2 hours of my life back. Nobody try to vibe code a GIF of a iceberg order on a dog.
That's funny.
With a delta profile. That may be 2 hours I will never get back, and it's still not perfect, and I gave up.
Maybe you can convert mine into a course too.
Maybe. But
Nick,
if you guys
Nick is the reason
Nick
is the reason that you have to spend $1,000 for a stick of RAM.
I am the reason that my electricity prices are going to go through the roof here in Texas. But yeah, if you missed it, guys, since I had a bunch of half-baked chapters of my playbook for painting the tape. Like I had some things I had started writing and hadn't finished and wasn't planning on actually doing it, to be honest. It just seemed like I don't know when I'm going to have the time or care to do this. But every once in a while, something happens in the trading world that pisses you off, puts a chip on your shoulder, and kind of just fires your work ethic a little bit. So that happened a little while ago, and I decided to actually finish this. So I'm putting out all of that playbook and then put it on steroids for everybody to enjoy free of charge. I'm hosting it myself. It will always be free unless you guys somehow crash the site and I have to actually pay for real hosting somewhere. Then maybe I'll have a donation window of like $5. But otherwise, we're good. It's going to be hosted for free. All you need to do is sign in, and you'll get my full playbook and then some other things all written.
What was
down.
the impetus for this? I didn't hear the part where
I didn't say it.
I want to hear it.
Well, as you guys know, I have a disdain and distaste for some people that try to take concepts that have been around even long before Pax and Deli were trading in the pits for some of these things, and make it seem and repackage it with new verbiage and acronyms that are just some new language, and then try to sell it for hundreds and hundreds of dollars to people that are just trying to part-time trade in between their 9 to 5. So I'm breaking down those walls. And if you ever wanted to kind of understand order flow, at least from the rudimentary level, and kind of understand like things that we talk about in a more in-depth way, because you don't get the time and effort that we have on the show to answer every question or dive into those concepts in really crazy depth, well, it's all going to be there.
Is it free or absolutely free?
It is not only free, it is absolutely free.
Nice.
And that is the name of the course. So as you see, we have a lot of meta jokes on this program as well. And I bring callbacks back. So since we've continued to make that joke of the difference between the free DOM that Leo is building and the potential renaming of the absolutely free DOM, or potentially selling the naming rights to Kane, as he's paying for everybody to have absolutely free access to the DOM, bringing that back and actually putting it out there. So I'm hopeful the last few bugs and things will be kind of tightened up here in the next day or two, and then we'll release it later this week.
Yeah, we're gonna put out the DOM, and then we're gonna do the volume profile, delta profile, and maybe a TPO chart for add-ons for NinjaTrader.
Be awesome.
Just basic things that
shouldn't cost you $400 in a course. This is one of those, like, I didn't think it was going to be this depth, but if you guys don't know me, anything I do that I feel like is worth doing, I tend to overdo in all aspects of my life. It's just kind of the person I am. So this escalated very quickly. And thankfully, me having no idea how to really develop and code a website outside of just basic HTML, I sped up my learning curve thanks to the ability to vibe code some of the structure and hosting of this, because I would have just spent hours reading and Googling and trying to figure it out anyway, and it would have taken me weeks and weeks. So with that, I can push something out to you guys in less than 2 weeks, which is pretty awesome.
That's cool, man. Somebody will have to give you a shirt. You should make swag, like Nick's, like absolutely free Orderflow course.
Oh, God, now I guess I got to do it. Do I have to go trademark this now? God, I probably do.
The absolutely free T-shirt, but it's not free.
But it has an asterisk.
Mm.
It's not just free; it is absolutely free.
I'm gonna sell this prior to close again. Well, I'm not again because we didn't get to. There's a decent amount of selling here. I think it's worth a shot at it.
Yeah. Do I commonly trade, or Leo, do you commonly trade pre-market? If so, does execution and management differ? I try not to. If I am, it's more like the fallout, like post data release, like kind of that like 735 type glow, where after the algos and the stupidity of the illiquidity is kind of done and people come back to the book. There are sometimes our trades that set up, and if I'm at my desk and I think there's a decent opportunity, or we go into a longer time frame level that I see it rejecting, or there's support there, I may jump in and see if I can scalp it. But me jumping in at like 820 and hoping for this type of move is not something you'll ever see me really do. I think that's more of like just a good way to take a stop out, just because the velocity of the open, you just sometimes can get pushed around. And when you take more, let's call it 10 to 15 point stops like Leo and I do, sometimes that's just a poor way to enter versus waiting 5 minutes.
Globex and pre-market trading is just not for me. Looks like I'm going to take a stop here. I don't mind it though. It's only 3 lots. She can go. I mean, taking out yesterday's high that's impressive considering the headlines, I'm impressed. I am impressed.
Was I a software developer? No. I just understand some things about technology, and I mean, that was my old background and world when I was working a real job. So I understand enough to be dangerous, but I am not a developer at all. But the good news is you don't need to be anymore. What time is it? We got 15 minutes. Knox, I know it seems like a insurmountable task, but I kind of have been working like around the clock, including one of the cool things is being able to keep running terminal on your phone, which has kept this project going even when I'm away from the desk. So I've just kind of been able to continue to manage it without having to sit at my computer all day long, which is kind of insane. And the ability to deploy like 10 agents to do different things. I mean, that's how you cut the time from months to weeks really quick. And then once I finish this one, I'm actually going to see, okay, how can I start using things to help with actual trading stuff for myself that I will not necessarily share. There's another backtesting joke I'm going to probably make here soon with vibe coding.
What's that?
Another like rather go than go to therapy kind of joke.
Mm-hmm. Man, if I knew how to use Python and some of those tools, it would be a lot of fun.
I mean, I'm trying to learn. This is one of those things I guess I realized. Like I'm trading less than I ever have, and I'm still output is still pretty much the same.
You're still at the desk.
I'm still at the desk, but it's like I feel like I'm being more productive than just like sitting here either and just watching charts, waiting for things to happen. Like I've just I'm more so like setting alerts, waiting for levels to kind of get hit, waiting for things to happen and not like staring all day. So I'm building other projects and waiting for things to ping me that, hey, price is trading here now.
All right. We tagged yesterday's high. So
yeah, like
that immediately offers are hitting the book.
That's made me like way more efficient than like I don't even have my charts up half the time. I have other things like they're minimized and I'm just waiting for stuff to happen. So I'm doing other things versus just watching the tape 24/7. Like I'll wait for it to get to a level. Okay, now if I feel like I should trade, I'll start watching again. Maybe it's made me happier. Like I just feel better. I'm not as exhausted mentally. Trump is starting. Wonderful.
Now they're going to sell it from yesterday's high. I don't think I'm going to put the trade on, but I think I would normally.
Yeah, I would probably short this if I didn't have a good day already. I mean, 25, 40s. Firmament, I'm sure I'm going to have people saying that when I release the free course here this week. Someone's going to say I ripped off their charts or something. Well, I think one thing I need to build into there is I'm debating if I want to do it, but some aspect of a feedback thing too. So I can push a version 2 out if I feel the need, if there was good feedback from masses of suggestions or other things that would be helpful, or even, hey, Nick, this sucked. Thank you for wasting my day. Doesn't have to be positive feedback. Nick, how do you have the same? How would I have the same volume profile you have on TradingView? In TradingView, you have to find an indicator that allows you. I think even their homegrown one will let you do it, but you just need to do the RTH session. So from 8:30, you might have to set the time. I don't remember playing with theirs because I only one I've used for theirs is like the visual range. But you could do the fixed range. I think it used to be called, and then just do RTH. Basically, set it for your session hours. So that would be all you need to do. There's not, at least to my knowledge, there's not like a leg building one like this, and there's no delta profile that I would trust with any sort of real money. And that's the honest truth. Since they don't use the real tick data, I wouldn't trust any sort of delta in there. But yeah, that should help at least get you the RTH profile like mine. Yeah, did you say TradingView or did you say TradeAvate? Because TradeAvate does have a delta profile one in the community indicators thing from my memory, and it actually matched my old one that I used to have way back when. Maybe I read. No, you said TradingView. Yeah, TradeAvate does have one though. If you didn't know that.
What's up, Phoenix? So quiet over there. I think it's frozen. Quiet where?
Hey, Phoenix.
Can we access Nick's content on the DOM?
What?
I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? Can we get access to Nick's content on the DOM?
I don't know what you're referencing.
Are you showing a DOM?
To the DOM. I don't have the DOM up.
Oh, okay.
Too much on my screen.
Ensuring Iran can never obtain nuclear weapons. So he must be speaking now.
Whoa.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hey, guys. Great job today. A couple of great trades.
Thank you. Thank you.
Liking it. Crazy market, though.
War is bullish, Jim.
War is good. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So we filled the Globex gap in the E-mini S&P. We filled the RTH gap in the E-mini S&P. And now we're stopped.
I mean, NQ took out yesterday's high, Friday's high.
And then Q took out yesterday's high. Yeah, it's amazing. Crazy. Well, and Treasury bonds also, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Those things also just it's the biggest green candle I've seen in a long, long time in that market.
Mm.
And crude, I don't know. We got to fill this gap in crude. That'd take a lot of love, I think.
I haven't looked. What happened to the crude chart? I'm gonna pull it up.
Gap up, like understatement.
I mean, I would assume a gap up. Was Delhi long? Crude still?
No, Delhi this morning, listen to this. Delhi this morning, first thing on the stream this morning, almost the first thing out of his mouth. I went long the Bitcoin.
Oh.
And now we're up to 70,000. It was a great trade. Oh my goodness. Anyway. All right, gents. Well, listen, I appreciate you as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause for a couple of great trades.
Appreciate it.
Very, very awesome. This afternoon, Trade the Close, we have XYZ, Jack and Joey joining us shortly after me and Chai, and actually probably me and Craig this afternoon at 2 o'clock start. So appreciate everybody hitting that thumbs up button as well. And most importantly, the subscription button means a lot to us. So thank you for doing that. So we're going to jump into our edge report for the end of morning. Thank you, gentlemen. Nick and Leo, we will talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Jim. See you, chat.
Thanks, Jim. Later, guys.
All right. E-mini S&P is not what I want to talk about. I do want to talk about crude though. This has been an incredible chart. Here's the daily. Here's the gap. It's still pretty big, right? This is just a big, big gap. We're still trading above $70. So we had a quantum leap up. And if you remember, going back here to the commitment of traders, there's still a lot of bullish potential up here on the commitment of traders reports, looking for these peak highs before I'm even interested in thinking about selling. But we're getting close to that 7-7 spot, 7-7 level, which is a triple top. 1, 2, 3. So we'll see if we can keep on moving there. Going to the intraday chart, right now, this is kind of interesting. So we have the gap that's down here. You can see the Globex gap, right? The top of it's approximately 67.38, give or take a couple ticks. So we're relatively far away. That's $3 almost, maybe a little less than $3. No, about $3. And so what's going on here? We have a tight range, right? We have a tight range for the day. It's only a $2.42, $2.84 range on the day from these London IB highs to the recent lows. So it's pretty tight. So the other thing to think about is where's VWAP? Well, VWAP's above us, right? And we have the third lower swing high. You could count this as a fourth lower swing high. So the momentum seems to be trickling downward. We almost touched that call resistance level in that 1-day max by MenthorQ. That was at $70. And below that, we do have that 0DT call resistance at 69 in between R2. So there are some targets. Remember the lows that we saw late last night, and that candle is at 69.20. So again, another target on the downside. Right now, kind of resilient, but we're broke on below the U.S. Initial balance low. So looking a little negative, but if you are trading this and you are going for some of these downside targets or even some upside targets, remember, very news-driven situation here. So make sure you have your stops in all the time. All right. Well, that's number one. Number two is we'll do the Bitcoin last. This is the candle I was telling Leo about. I mean, this is a big candle. I mean, this is the high here. Let's just do the stats. 119.06 and the low was 117.09. So that's almost two handles. That's almost $2,000 per contract move. That's a big move. It's a bearish engulfing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days of bearish engulfing. If you forget about the wicks down here, that's a big, again, that's a rejection. That's a big, I don't know if it's a blow off top or not, but it's a big move down right now. So we'll see. Support though, I had already set at approximately 117.13, and we're touching it right now, maybe a tick above it. So that's kind of my area of support. We'll see if we close above this or not. This trend line, forget about it. It's no darn good. I'm just going to simply delete it. So that's the situation on bonds right now. I know it's very tempting maybe to try to get long here, but I would probably put my hands in my pocket and wait to see what happens the rest of the day and maybe overnight into tomorrow morning. So right now I'm just going to sit on it. Then again, we have this 118 level, 117.31, 30 seconds, line in the sand, and then way up here, October swing high at 119.19. Should we resume our upward trajectory? Let's shoot over to Bitcoin. This is the daily trade of the day right here. For sure. He called it first thing in the morning. We're to the top of the hamburger bun right now. We're almost to a $70,000 handle. Let me open this up a little bit bigger so you can see it. And we kind of went all the way across the range today, all the way through the hamburger bun. The support was down here around 65,400. Resistance was up here around 69,200, and we're above it right now. This candle looks a lot like that candle we saw a couple of days ago. Swing low is still in play. Then the April lows now all of a sudden are in focus on the upside at 74,000. Let's go ahead and look at intraday. This is a really great chart. I mean, this chart, we were poised to break lower. Previous sessions lows were down here. This was approximately 9 to 910. This is a 9 to 910 candle right here. And then boom, we caught a bid. We closed above that VWAP. Confirmation candle, second 10-minute candle. Once we had that first close above that session VWAP, confirmation candle pops up and off to the races all the way up to R2. A little congestion up here at R2 right now, just south of that 70,000. There's really no targets up here from a technical analysis point of view other than R3. R3s are a rarity sometimes. It's all way up there at 73,000. So we'll see if we get a textbook retracement back down. Previous session's highs would kind of be normal. I don't know. We might not. This is looking pretty strong. So good call, Deli, on the Bitcoin. We'll keep tracking this progress as we go forward. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you for the subscriptions. We have a lot of stuff to do still later on this afternoon and this whole week. We got a great lineup this whole week. Appreciate you following us on the socials, the NinjaTrader Live X, and there's Instagram that's coming out. We'll let you know what that is, along with TikTok. So there's a lot of stuff happening on the socials, and they're going to be a lot of fun. I promise you that. Having said all that, everybody, thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Have a nice, relaxing time off. Hopefully, we'll see you this afternoon.